CCC started the day with the bat, made 307. Skipper Jonathan Carter scoring 100. Jamaica in reply, 259 for 6 in the latter part of the day yesterday. Lose some wickets to the young kid on the block. Zashan Matara picking up 4 wickets yesterday. They're still trailing behind about 43 runs or so. But we're back here, and we're back with Kimberly as well. How are you doing this morning, Kimberly?
Good morning, Keswick. I'm good. How about you?
I'm pretty fine. I'm just looking at the umpires walking out. Everybody looking energized. We're seeing Morris for the Jamaica Scorpions warming up. Also to Gordon. And the CCC guys full of energy, looking well. They ended the day in a commanding position yesterday. Let's see how they would progress today. Jonathan Carter and his boys.
Well, they will want to continue on that path where they left off yesterday evening. And I'm pretty sure they're going to depend on Matara to continue. He bowled 22.1 overs yesterday at the close of play. And we see where Chadwick Walton got bowled. Well, he must feel disappointed because I know he wanted to come back this morning to continue on that trend and head towards 200. But overall, it was a great knock from him, 163 from 245 deliveries. And the youngster, Matara, he's doing a wonderful job for the CCC.
Well, definitely. I'm very impressed with what I've been seeing from Matara. In terms of the line and the length, he has been very consistent with that. I mean, with leg spin, it's a very difficult art to really master. But what happened, though, is that whenever he gets it right, he gets it right. And on top of that as well, you would always find him bowling a loose delivery. But yesterday, what I'm really impressed with, we didn't see a lot of that. So this is good for a 17-year-old in first-class cricket to be showing this sort of skills is something that I think that Coach Pedro Collins, Coach Floyd Reefer, who's probably looking on in Barbados, and the head coach who's here now in Robert Samuel would like to work with going forward.
Definitely. And yes, he has a long way to go, but you can see that he has great potential to be one of the best from the Caribbean. He's on the right path with continuous guidance and coaching. He'll definitely get to where they would want him to be. And he's really bowling well. Picked up 4 wickets already. Well, this is his best so far in first-class cricket. He picked up 2 at Chedwin Park. Well, let's see what will happen on day 3 here.
Well, yesterday he picked up the wicket of Chadwick Walton, who was on 163, who really carried the Jamaica Scorpion batting for the entire day while they bat. But Matara producing that delivery, picking up the wicket of Chadwick Walton. It was a sight to see. And wonderful catch as well by Kalitcharan. I don't want to talk about that wicket without mentioning Kalitcharan, because it was the last over in the afternoon to take such a catch. It's brilliant to see that he was still in the game. They were still motivated. They weren't low on energy. Well, they should not be low on energy because they are youngsters. But Matara has the ball in hand. Let's see what he'll do this morning.
Well, I had a chat with him this morning, Keswick, and he told me that he's going to continue on the part where he left off yesterday, just being patient, and he displayed that quite well.
To be honest with you, the only thing I will add to him now is probably a little bit more energy into his bowling. But that will come with time. He's spinning the ball a great deal. Morris is at the crease now. Someone that we saw a lot of positives from in the last game against the Volcanoes.
Yeah, where he picked up a half-century at the latter part of the game. And you mentioned Chadwick Walton. He stayed there from about maybe, let's say, 11 o'clock. And he went on to the close of play yesterday. As you mentioned, it was a good delivery to send him back. But that is to show you the level of fitness and being mindful. And When that partnership was broken there, Keswick, for 169 runs, it started tumbling down for the Scorpions.
Well, what was very impressive as well from Matara yesterday, he bowled a complete session. The areas in which he consistently hit, well, that's the end of the over there, is 259 for 6. End of a impressive Zashan Matara over. The lines that he consistently hit yesterday, I can remember that skipper Jonathan Carter had a chat with him about 5 overs or so before the end of play, before he picked up that wicket of Chadwick Walton, and he was showing him that he needs to pull him on his front foot more instead of having him coming back and blocking or punching the ball through cover or backward point. And after that conversation, we saw him pulling the batters on their front foot a lot more. We saw that he pulled Nkrumah Bonner on the front foot, and that beautiful delivery as well to get rid of the skipper, Jermaine Blackwood. So he's very impressive in his second first class game here at Sabina. And I'm sure with good guidance, he would continue and he should get better.
Well, he bowled variations of deliveries. So you said he pulled them back, and the one that sends Carlos Brown back to the dressing room for 48, he sent him back on the back foot and skid that one onto him. So he can deliver in any way, pull them or send them back on the back foot.
Well, as you see, Romario Graves being introduced, so it spins at both ends, a leg spinner and an off spinner, both out of Barbados. The good thing about this is that Graves have Morris to bowl to, who is a left-hander, and then Gono, who is a right-hander, have to deal with Mutara, who actually picked up 3 wickets against right-handers yesterday in Jermaine Blackwood, Nkrumah Bonner, and Chadwick Walton, who all 3 batters played at the test level.
I asked him about that as well, and he was so happy to say it's a good thing to get those experienced batters wickets. And I will do the same thing too if I was a captain. I have both spinners, because we saw where the pace bowlers, they weren't getting any wickets at all. So starting with the spinners this morning can actually create some damage for the Scorpions.
Well, their spinning department have been doing a wonderful job. Not saying that their pace attack isn't doing well, but it's just that the pace attack don't really have that firepower in terms of pace. Gavaskar pretty young. Also Blades. Just picking off that one. Morris. A bit too straight from Graves. Not a lot of turn on that one. Just sliding on. So he just picked it off down to find like picking up 2. Also to Cyan Hackett. The lines, the areas in which he bowled yesterday are pretty good areas. But at this level, if you don't really have that pace to really penetrate these batters, it's going to make it a little bit easy. He picked up that wicket yesterday of the West Indies test player, Kirk McKenzie. That's because of consistency. Being able to stay in that area as long as possible over an extended period of time, which caused him to creep in between bat and pad of Kirk McKenzie. But Graves so far is not really delivering a bad over. Good start to him. Just a single, just punch out to cover. Morris. That's how he usually starts as well. But that's the end of the over. The end of Mario Graves over. Just 4 runs from that over, which brings Morris back on strike to start the over against Mutara.
Well, I'll be wondering what's happening, what's going through the head of Matara now, continuing on the path that he's on, knowing that it is new batters at the crease. Well, they came in overnight, but they're still new at the crease. Morrissey's on 3, Gardner's on 1. We know the capability of Morris that he can go for the big shots. But will he try to pull him from the stump or put him on the back foot?
We know that Morris is pretty confident in terms of how he starts his innings. We saw that in the last game against the Windward Island Volcanoes. Him being very positive in terms of how he wants to go about scoring. Just punching that one down to long on. But he's a very positive player. And I like how he starts his innings. It's like he understands how he wants to go about scoring. It's like he has been playing this cricket for a while. Still fresh to first class cricket. But they have a job to do. Morris and Brian. First, they have to think about how they want to bat this first hour of play on the third day, and then try to win this session this morning. Still hitting good errors here, Matara. That one just flicked down to long on. Paris just retrieving that one. Just a single.
Yeah, you mentioned that Carter had a conversation with Matara, but through the after lunch session, he was continuously encouraging Matara to stay there. He wants him to stay in that line and length, and he was encouraging him. So I think that boosts his confidence level some more.
Well, he's bold. Matara again, the youngster, the 17-year-old, taking the off stump of Morris. Romain Morris is gone for 4. We are seeing a star being introduced here in first class cricket. A lovely delivery. Just taking the off stump of Romain Morris. You can't be upset with that. As a batter, getting that delivery, it's a peach, I would say. Look at it again, Kimberly. Tell me, what do you think about it? You must be happy seeing a youngster operating like this.
Oh, that is a peach of a delivery. The way he comes forward to play that, I think it confuses him. That's a beautiful delivery. And not just that, it is the first 5 haul here for Zishan Matara. He picked up his 5 wicket here at Sabina Park. History for him. He will never forget this moment. And the players, they hugged him and they congratulate him. And I can imagine how many stars or butterflies are around his head right now to pick up 5 wickets. Not just 5 wickets, but some big names as well. And Kuma Bonner, Chadwick Walton, the captain Blackwood, and now Morris and Carlos Brown goes to the hands of Matara. 17-year-old doing a fantastic job here at Sabina Park. New batter to the crease, Pete Salmon.
Well, we know his capabilities with the bat. But is it enough to contain or keep Matara out? 5 for 71. Very new to first class cricket. And already making a name for himself with CCC. It's the
Well,
end of the over there. Jamaica is 265 for 7. Still trail by 42.
let me ask you a question there, Keswick. Still trailing by 42. I'm wondering if Chadwick Walton didn't went that far to get 163 with a great partnership with Carlos Brown, who got 48 runs. Would you think that Scorpion would be at 265 now?
Well, the truth about that is, Chadwick Walton is a part of the Jamaica, so he's picked to score, so you have to score. So, I don't like to say take away what Chadwick have done or take away what Jonathan Carter have done, because if we mention taking away what Chadwick scored, we do have to mention taking away what Jonathan Carter scored as well. But the thing about it, the reason why I don't like to use that is because they are part of the team and their job is to score runs. So if they come out and score runs, which is well played by Pete Salmon, we won't get 4. We'll just only get 2. But Chadwick Walton played a good knock. I'm sure he's pretty disappointed looking on this morning, because what they would have need to do is bat as long as possible. With him at the crease this morning, they probably would have been a lot different in terms of the approach. But yesterday they sent out Gordon as the night watchman. They lost a wicket. In comes Gordon. And then they lost another wicket. And then comes Morris, the same guy that they sent in the night watchman to play for. Chadwick Walton lost his wicket last over of the day. And Morris came in this morning when he should have been out there yesterday. That one just punched down the ground by Pete once again. Henry doing the work. Just a single. The plan here this morning for the Scorpions would be to bat as long as possible. Still a day left tomorrow.
Even get to lunch or tea?
Just cramping him for room there, Graves. That one spun a great deal. So I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing by both bowlers, Graves and Matara. Matara picking up 5 wickets. Graves haven't picked up a wicket yet. But so far this morning, he looks good. As that brings up the end of another Graves over. Score is 269 for 7.
Just 4 runs coming from that over. 5 wickets to Matara name.
I was looking at a few comments yesterday on the live.
Mr.
And
Shada
a
Williams.
few person mentioned that CCC would be taking a lot of licks. In our term that we use in the Caribbean, CCC would be the licks board here in the 4-day championship. And I'm so happy to see that they're putting up a fight, and not just a fight, they're actually performing against the Jamaica Scorpions with all the test players that they have in their lineup. And even though that they don't have a lot of test players in their lineup, they have proper players in their lineup. Looking at Morris, who haven't played a lot of games, but a really good player. Showed how capable he is in the last game against the Volcanoes. Also to Gordon and Pete Salmon. So all 3 players are good players. That one got a little bit big on Pete Salmon, just flicking that wrong down to square leg.
What they have to do, both batters has to do now, is try and be watchful to Matara and Greaves as well. We saw where the innings of Chadwick Walton, he was very watchful.
Well, we have a change of keeper. Brooks is now with gloves in hand. We know he have good gloves work. Even this morning, I saw that he was warming up. So I'm guessing that Richards, who normally would do the keeping for CCC, had a little bit of issue. But I guess the physio asked him to go and see how you feel for a few overs. Brooks now is doing the job. Matara.
Keep going.
This is his 25th over, still operating with 2 slips. Silly point,
Love your pace, young man.
backward point, cover, extra cover, and long off. And Pete was happy with that one, latched on to that one, and that's a 6.
All right.
Down the ground he goes. Sorry, that's gone. Open up his arms. Straight over, long on for 6.
Once those deliveries are given to Gordon, he's going to dispatch them. And we know that he can bat as well. We saw where he was sent in the first game as a night watchman, and he helped the Scorpions with 30 runs. So they will be depending on him now to get more than that 30 runs. They trail by another.
Well, they trail by 31.
Yeah.
So they would like him to make that 30. Well, right now, the main thing for Jamaica now is to try to bat as long as possible. If they can't do that, they would pass the score.
Don't be afraid, young man.
That 307, they would pass that. That one just passing the outside edge of Gordon O'Brien, which brings the end of the over is 276 for 7.
Seven runs from the over.
As we could see that Richards and the manager is walking to normally where the doctors would be.
Yep.
Take that the ambulance is
on that side.
is
Shows
on
that
that side. So it shows that he's not feeling too well.
I hope he'll be okay though, whatever it is.
But it's a change in bowling. Blades, the left arm seam out of Barbados again, is operating. Jonathan Carter, the skipper, doing a fine job with these youngsters. Like how he handled his bowling, brought himself on yesterday as well, which we're not surprised. Because his all-round ability in this cricket, looking at his stats, shows that he's capable of doing such. He also can keep. So he's one of those players that can do everything on the field. He was once the fielding coach for Barbados Trident as well, I think.
Well, talking about Barbados Tritons, I saw where Chadwick Walton has been drawn for the New York Strikers. Still clocking at 39, that's what you said, or 37. He's 39 or 37, Chadwick, Keswick.
He's up there, but he's still pretty fit.
Very fit.
He works hard at nights. Late he would have his bike and a few exercise equipment at his home, and he would be riding his bike for extended period of time. Make sure that he put some miles into his legs. But I think Jonathan Carter, I can remember he was the fielding coach for Barbados. He was, that year I think, he was last and also first. Yes, he was last and first in that CPL. So he was the fielding coach for Barbados, and I think it was around the COVID time. It was that year in St. Kitts, around that COVID time. He was the fielding coach for Barbados. Barbados was last, and then St. Kitts needed a player. But because of the COVID system and how we were playing under the COVID rules, so it would have been hard to get someone in to play. So St. Kitts drafted him in, and St. Kitts won the tournament. So he was a coach. That ended up last. And then Sinkich drafted him in and they won the tournament. So he was last and first in one tournament. So that's a record. But Blades, now he's operating.
And you can see that they have a wonderful relationship between Jonathan Carter and the players. They come out this morning very energized. They're ready to go. They picked up a early wicket of Romaine Morris.
Well, that's what experience brings, especially when you're performing as well. And that's what we had at that time at CCC when you had someone like Floyd Reefer, who is the player coach. When you look at his stats at the first class level, you wonder who better to lead us at this level. Because his stats speak for himself. Ryan Austin as well. So it's good when you have guys who have done well in the cricket. That one probably just pitched outside the line of the leg stump.
Well, wasn't really a convincing appeal there, though. Umpire Chris Taylor says not out.
Outside the line of leg stump. Good decision by Chris Taylor. Hails from Jamaica. Gregory Brathwaite out of Barbados. Both umpire. They are wrong for some time. Also do the CPL. Gregory Brathwaite is on the panel now. He's doing a lot of international games. Mutare is still operating at the other end. I'm wondering if we will see a change now. He has been bowling ever since T. That one a little bit full. Surprise! Shamar Brooks. Probably just wondering, where did he get that pace from? All of a sudden. Just the really full delivery. I guess it went in probably one of those footholds or something from maybe a spinner or something, but surprise Shamar Brooks that he had to get out of the way.
It was very quick.
But Shamar Brooks haven't kept in a while, so I'm guessing he lost it somewhere coming to him. At least he got out the way. Richards is with the doctors, so we're not sure when he would be back. So I'm guessing Shamar Brooks may need to keep with a helmet, because it's been a while he haven't really. And again, still probing outside that line off the off stump here is Blade, and that's the end of the over. End of a good over for Blades. Jediah Blades out of Barbados. 281 for 7. Jamaica still trailed by 26. Just came to hand about Richards. I hope that he's fine, but we're hearing that he have a little bit of a bug. So he has been vomiting all morning. So he's seeing the doctor presently. Let's hope that he'll be okay and we'll see him before the end of day's play.
That's a good delivery there from Matara. Very straight.
Down the ground again goes Pete Salmon.
That's my ball. That's my ball.
2 straight from Matara. And he was equal to the task. Down the ground. Didn't really turn much, that one. And Pete is saying, I am not going to come here and block you. You have been bowling well, but if you get close to the area where I will normally score, I'm going to score.
Yeah, we saw where Gordon got one of those deliveries and put it away for a 6 as well.
And again, punch down the ground for a single. Getting a little bit too close there now, Matara. Pete looking very easy, but as we know that Pete is not really a flap with the bat. So to Gordon. We saw that in the last game, and we saw that Pete can go big. So Jamaica will definitely want to stay there, but this one looks pretty close, and it could be a catch. Good catch. Another wicket for Matara. Good catch by Gavester Edmund out of Jamaica. That's his 6th wicket. The youngster is creating havoc here for Jamaica Scorpions.
And I think looking back at this delivery, I think that's the one that he was trying to get Pete to play aerial. But it is Brian Gordon who has been ushered back to the dressing room. Another one is down for the Scorpions. It is 286 to 8. Gordon, he's gone for 9 from 19 delivers. And the man, the youngsters, well, he deserved everything. Being at 17 years old and picked up 6 wickets in a first-class game, he deserved it all. Bowl well, being patient, being disciplined. That was a good catch, too, from Gavaskar, Edmund Gavaskar. See the ladies from the national team over by the George Headley stand.
Can't believe it.
6 wicket for the youngster. If you picked up 6 wickets, Keswick, how would you be feeling right now?
It's always a good feeling to take wickets. I've never really picked up 6 wickets internationally. My best figures playing league cricket around the world is 4 for 11. So I know that feeling. And to be 17 years old and going through a star batting lineup like Jamaica Scorpion, a lot would say, or a lot would think different. But when you look at the sort of batters that's in this lineup, you have to see this is probably one of the most dangerous batting lineup here in 4-day cricket. But we're not really seeing that because they're not really getting off. But that's the end of another successful Zeshan Matara over. 6 for 83. Jamaica is still trailed by 21 runs.
Matara continued to create disaster here for the Scorpions. They picked up 2 wickets already in the morning session. Had 4 yesterday. And I'm sure the coach will be pleased with him. Coach Roberts, Samuels, and Pedro Collins will be very pleased with the performance from the youngster and with the assistance that he's been getting from the other bowlers and the encouragement from the inner field, from the fielders, and especially the captain, Jonathan Carter.
Jediah Blades with ball in hand again for another over. The first thing here now is try to get past that 307. bumper there from
Yeah,
Blades.
that's one over the shoulder.
Not a lot of venom behind of it.
Batsman one over the shoulder. Greg.
Needs to stick to what's working for him.
Yeah.
14 overs, 47 runs.
Yeah, need not to try anything extra. Just continue that line and length straight and full. No need to try anything extra. Once you bowl like that, a wicket will come.
I was kind of surprised that Jonathan Carter probably didn't start this morning. That one just eased behind point. Good work at backward point there, but I was kind of surprised that Jonathan Carter probably didn't start this morning. Bowled pretty well yesterday. Delivered that blow to Gordon O'Brien that held up the game for a while. That sort of killed the momentum for Scorpion. And as soon as they came back, that first ball from Matara outdone Chadwick Walton, which was the last over of the day. Another short delivery.
Yeah, that's two over the shoulder for the over. Batsman two over the shoulder.
Pete was looking to pull that one. Missed out that time, but pretty surprised that he didn't start. Guess he's just saying that he wants the bowlers to do their job, which is okay. And they're in control of the game, so why not?
And looking at Blades here, bowling short. I think he's trying a short delivery for Pete to pull and try to get a top edge.
Coming forward comfortably. That one just going down to backward point to Rambaran, who's there at backward point. For the sake of cricket, I don't want to say that Cricket West Indies should start look at Zeshan Matara. But what I would say though, and that one sponged through it, through cover, Jonathan doing chase. Wouldn't get to the boundary. Good work there by skipper Carter. Picks up 2. Pete Salmon. But yeah, as I was saying, I would like them to look at him over the season. Look at what he brings to the table. Well, we saw it with the bat. Now we're seeing it with the ball. Look at what he brings to the table. Have someone to keep a keen eye on his progress over this tournament. Short delivery, just worked onto the onside by Salmon. But continue to look at his progress. I'm pretty sure that he may play Super 50 for the CCC, and then after that, you can have someone to say, listen, someone like the director, to say, listen, I think we should start to look towards investing in Matara.
And I totally agree with you there, Keswick.
Because you don't want to give him that, you don't want to make him get overconfident and stuff like that with how he's playing. You want him to still stay humble. He's young. You want to let him know that, listen, you're doing well, and we're looking at you. So it would be really good if Cricket West Indies could start to keep a keen eye on him. Floyd Reefer, who is the assistant coach for West Indies, who is closely knitted with CCC.
And I think they will, though, Keswick. He has a lot of potential. He knows how to deliver. When I asked him this morning after Chadwick was going great guns, what was your thought going in? And he said that he knows that he has a job to do and he's going to stick with the plan of the skipper.
The thing about Chadwick Walton is that
Oh.
for any team that he plays for around the world, as long as he's at the crease, you would always feel
Keep going, Z.
that there's a chance. And that's the energy, that's the vibe that he brings.
Keep working, yo, man.
And that's the kind of thing that he created around the world, which is good.
Come on, Z.
As long as he's at the crease, you know that you're in with a chance.
Catch it. Run him on,
Catching
A chance.
Not close at all, Pete, making it comfortably. If Chadwick Walton was at the wicket this morning, even the wicket was falling around him, I'm sure that the Jamaica Scorpion team would still be in full confidence that we can get over this 307 mark with Chadwick Walton at the crease.
Definitely.
Just 16 now. So my thing, as long as they pass that 307 mark that was made by the CCC, is being able to build on that. See how much they can get to. And then from there back till lunch, need to get somewhat of a cushion in terms of their lead. Give them some comfort in terms of how they want to score. As you can see, selector Carlton Ball looking on. Sometimes as a selector, when you select guys and they don't do what you want them to do, you sort of feel like,
Did you make the right decision?
did I make the right decision? But I will tell you something, Carlton Ball. You picked a good team. Looking at the Jamaica setup, the batters that they have, if all these batters in the top 5 gets off and score you runs, you know that you're in good.
Well, they need another 16 runs. And the Scorpions, they're hoping that these two can get more than that 16 and give the CCC team something to bat off and set their runs. And in the meantime, they would picked up a couple wickets in the early part of the batting team for the CCC.
That one was full on the bat. Shot down the ground by Minley. He's not really in the most comfortable position because he's having some pain. So in the second innings, Jamaica would miss him with the ball. But right now, he has a job to do with the bat. I'm not sure if he would bowl in the second innings, but right now, he has a job to do with bat in hand. Is to get us past the 16 runs that they're trailed by and try as much as possible to build on that. I'm thinking 50, 60, looking at the game now. That one just passing outside the line of half stump. I'm thinking it missed the edge instead of mainly not going across enough. Good delivery. So he's probing around the line of stump or so to the right handers. Obviously he's going across. Left arm seamer over the wicket. And again, going down on that line, mainly just punching it out to point, no run. But that will be the main plan here. Looking at how the game is now, 8 wickets down, if they can get at least to about 30 to 50 lead, I would say that's a plus for them. That's a positive for them. Looking at the game and how it's been set up by the CCC this morning.
Yeah, and I think that would, you make a good point there about getting about 30, 40, even more too, because PT's there, and PT's a very aggressive batter. But the bowlers, they are bowling pretty well. Blades is bowling. You saw where he tried some short deliveries. But I guess the skipper says stick to the task and bowl straight and full.
That one a little bit short onto the hip of Minley. See him struggling there a bit in his run. Only one run to finish the over. So another good over by Blades. Matara again taking off his cap.
But yes, I will have him taking off his cap every other over because he's bowling exceptionally well. Picked up what, 6 wickets? 6 or 85 from 27 deliveries. Picked up 2 early wickets already. Definitely Carter is looking for the other 2 and hoping that Matara can give it to him.
I'm pretty sure that his peers, his parents in Barbados would be blowing up his phone later. He would be in a congratulatory mood all evening this evening. I'm pretty sure as well yesterday his phone was blowing up with calls. And that one's just pumped down the ground by Marking a Minley. Edmund have to give up the chase. That brings it down now to 12. The Jamaica Scorpion is just making it closer for them. As they get closer to that 307 mark. Still trailed by about 12 runs or so.
Yeah, another 12.
Still operated nicely. I'm pretty sure yesterday I was sitting on the balcony when Coach Samuel was passing and he shouted out to me and I said, the youngster that you guys have there, Matara, and immediately he looked at me and he said he's an investment. And he would be someone that Cricket West Indies will be looking at because we have been struggling for a number of years for a good leg spinner. And we're seeing something in Matara. And I will give you a joke. I could remember while I was at CCC, if you see a leg spinner come on scene and it's easy to pronounce his name. We had this joke that we used to say, if you're a leg spinner and we can pronounce your name easily, you're not that good. But then it's not really a name that we would say in the Caribbean, is that we're familiar with. Zashan Matara.
So Indianish.
It sounds Indianish. So therefore, we would say that there's a bit of promise in Matara. Because it's not a surname that we're accustomed to. But that brings the end of the over, folks. Another Zashan Matara over. Just 4 from it. But yes, we're not familiar. So if you see a leg spinner by the name of Omari Edwards or Keswick Williams, you would say, he's not that good.
Too easy.
The name is too easy to call. But as long as it gives you a bit of issue to call, Mutarlik Mulitaran,
Good.
Zashan Mataran, that one just flicked onto the onside down to square leg. Chugging away nicely. Just
But
10 more here.
But back to your point though, but Shane Warne was easy to call and he's good.
He's from Australia, it's all right. He's from Australia, it's okay. That's the only one. Can't think of another.
You have Rashid Khan.
Rashid Khan.
That's kind of easy too.
I used to say Rashid, so it's hard. So some people it may be hard because you may say Rashid. Still probing away outside the line of stump area. Still looking for that edge. Still looking for his first wicket as well. But yeah, it was a joke that we had while we were in university, like while we were in school. It's a joke that we'll usually talk about. As long as your name is difficult as a leg spinner, we know, as a matter of fact, as long as it's hard, as long as you have a little bit of difficulty pronouncing, whether it's off spin or leg spin. That's the reason why Kanta Singh, while he was at CCC, created so much problems while he was playing with CCC. Because a lot of people, the regular person may not say Kanta Singh. You may say something else.
Maybe he said come to sing.
Ryan Austin.
Coming around to halfway.
Kind of a little bit simpler, Ryan Austin. But he did cause some problems around his time. That one just passing outside the line of off stump, and it's an edge. No appeal, really, because it was so big of an edge. Picking up his first wicket, Jediah Blade did not really celebrate or look back to the umpire to appeal. But finding the edge of Marquino Minley, he's gone for 6.
Looking back at the replay here, outside of the stump, he tried to flashes that one, but takes the edge through to the keeper. And he said he didn't pick up a wicket. Well, he does now. Blades picked up his first wicket, and it's another one down. It is 297 for 9. They need another. They trail by another 10 runs. And it is P2 is still there. It'll be OJ Shields who will be walking out to the crease now.
That's his first delivery this morning from around the wicket. Produce him that wicket. Number 11 batter, OJ Shields is walking out. Just 10 more runs. So that 30 or 50 that I was asking about, it's just reduced to about 25. So if they can take it to about 25 lead, at least it wouldn't really give them much comfort or much cushion or anything like that. But at least they have a lead.
Yes, and the greatest factor is that they would have gotten to the 307. And even to get another batting point by getting that extra 3 runs to get the 300, it will be good for them. So they're hoping just to get 3 more and be more than the 10.
You have to be impressed by the work that we have seen from the CCC bowlers. With a batting lineup like Jamaica. First ball to Shields, a bumper by Blades, giving him a bit of taste of his own medicine.
And that's the third one of the morning we have seen there by Blades. See, really energetic this morning.
Well, I'm hoping that he understands whenever he comes to bat that OJ Shields will remember And that's one thing I used to remember when I'm playing any fast bowler. You come to bat, I'm trying to get you out. I'm not trying to bowl bumpers because if you're quicker than me, I know I'm gonna have some of it. And another one again by Shields. Well, 4 Shields from Blades. That's the end of the over. A successful over by Jediah Blades. That's his first wicket. 1 wicket for 52 runs. As Zashan Matara walks to Gregory Brathwaite, having a little chat with Kalitran, doing his normal routine before he bowled the ball, as you can see. Well, I'm not supposed to say that he's going to bowl because we know he's going to bowl.
Definitely. I wonder what he said to Kalitarando to say, one is going to come to you, so be prepared. After you took that spectacular catch yesterday, the wicket of Chadwick Walton.
From the next over, I'm not going to say that Matara is coming to bowl again. I'm just going to say regular programming. That one just pushed down the ground. Not sure it is something that Pete would have wanted to do, but it was full by Matara, easy to drive, which brings Shields on strike. The field is in now, which means that we don't want him to get off strike. Kalitcharan coming in a catching position at short cover. Extra cover coming in. Square leg as well coming in. The only man on the boundary is long off. Because Shields is known to go at it. And a big swash at that one, missing every single thing. Could get 2. Would they take 2 though? They did.
If that was straight, I wonder how, looking at the replay,
Almost picking up his 7th wicket. A big swash at that one. The googly missed everything. Cyan Hackett doing chase.
but that was a beautiful delivery from the youngster there.
Well, flight. Good flight. Well flighted.
Came up immediately and have a conversation there with Shields and say, do not attack him, just watch him, be careful. We have to try and get it 10.
I don't think that's the conversation that they're having because it's another waff at it again, out to mid-wicket. That man just been placed at mid-wicket, moving him from square leg to mid-wicket, which is not a bad ploy. Now Pete is on strike. I'm thinking here that Pete should look to Shields withstand what he's doing with the ball. Smart, no run.
Yep, protecting him, shielding Shields from Mataro.
Well, he deserved to be shielded. Let him bat the pace because he probably might be a little bit more comfortable because the pace is bowling a few more sharp balls to him. But with the problems that Matara is creating, that one just punched out to the cover boundary, which gives Shields 1 delivery to keep out.
And I think that's why Pete takes that run to face whoever is coming next from the Courtney Walsh end.
That one is a bit short. Easy for Shields, just blocking out that one. I'm thinking as long as it's full, he's going to go. But it's the end of the over. The end of another Zashan Matara over. Still trailed by 5, 302 for 9. Pete Salmon 17. Ojo Shield just comes to the crease on 3 runs. So Blades has the ball in hand again. Can he do it for the CCC? he looks a bit stiff in terms of how he's walking. Obviously, we know that the fatigue will kick in. A lot of these players, they may not be accustomed to this level of cricket in terms of how much overs they have to bowl. This is his 17th over. I'm not sure if he have ever bowled 17 overs in his life in a game. But it's good for him to experience what it's like at this level. But as I mentioned yesterday, the CCC is all about a learning culture. Giving the youngsters a chance to play professional cricket and performing as well. Pete just punching that one down the ground, didn't look for a run.
And you know why?
We all know why. But how long can he do it?
Maybe after they get the remaining 5 runs, then he will take the chance to expose Shields.
The thing is, while Pete can hit the ball, he's not really a batter per se, but that one he latched onto, and that's a 6. So they're leading by 1 now. Pete Salmon, good attempt on the boundary. I don't think he had a chance, but that's 6. Which means Jamaica is leading by 1.
And they have gotten another batting point. Being at 300, but they're over the 300 mark. They're at 308 for 9. I think he's going to be attacking now. Knowing just 1 wicket to go. He's going to have a go to see if he can accumulate some runs. They are 1 run in the, ahead.
So right now, it's about adding to what you have. We probably might see Pete open up a little bit, but he has to do it smartly.
And that
he has to score runs while protecting Shields. As I was saying, while he can play, he's not really a batter per se that will find the gaps, like probably a Chadwick Walton, a Bonner, or any one of these guys. But it would be really good to see how he approached this situation, knowing that he has to protect Shields and knowing that he has to score some runs to give them that lead. At least anything above 30 would be all right. It wouldn't really give them that cushion that they need. But at least a lead is a lead.
Yep. And they're in the lead by a run. But the delivery before this, though, he was going to go after it, but Blade saw him stepped across early. Did some adjustment there in the delivery. But we know Pete for the big shots, he can get them. Maybe not as good as Chadwick, as you said earlier.
That one just pranked true cover. No need to run there. Just retrieve it, Matara. That's 4. The lead is up now to 5. Too much weight there, Kimberly.
And he stepped across early again. He's going to go at him. He played that pretty well. So 5 runs ahead now. They want more than those 5. And then they can apply the pressure on CCC like they did in the first session on day 1.
Not really a bad over here for the Scorpions. Pete Salmon leading the charge, seeing that he's walking across and going a little bit wider. And that's the end of a good over for the Jamaica Scorpions. Not something that we have said all morning, but it's a good over. 10 of that over saw them passing that 307 mark. They are now 5 lead. They have to try to build on that after this jinx break, after the players get some refreshment, and we'll be back here at Sabina Park to continue.
Zishan Matara, who is creating a havoc for the Jamaica Scorpions. Well, they thought they could have manipulated him, but he's the one who is sticking to his task and sticking to the plan of the captain. And I'm with Zishan. Zishan, how are you feeling after picking up 4 wickets already in yesterday's session and coming into this morning? What are your plans?
I'm feeling pretty good right now. The confidence is definitely there. So I'm just backing myself to complete the task and probably get a couple more wickets for the team, and hopefully we won them out for a good total.
All right, after seeing Chadwick Walton going great guns yesterday and you were introduced in the attack, what were your thoughts going to bowl to such a man who have been hitting other bowlers across the ground?
He hit me for a couple of sixes early in my spell, so it was just being patient, sticking to my lines and lengths, good lines and lengths that brought me success, and eventually it just worked out to get the wicket in the last over.
Okay, so you have gotten the wicket of Bonner and Blackwood and Carlos Brown and the top man who's gone for 163. How does that make you feel?
I feel really good right now, as I said earlier. But again, at the end of the day, it's cricket. So, you know, you feel a bit nervous at the beginning, but then as soon as you get into it, you know, it feels quite normal. But yeah, feel really good to get those wickets, establish names.
Okay, so you have picked up 2 wickets at Shedding Park for 54 runs. Now you are at 4 for 69 now. What is going to be your morning plan in the first session?
The same plan as yesterday, just stick to my good lines and lengths, be patient, and something will come eventually.
Alright, thank you Zishan, and all the best for the rest of the game.
Thank you very much.
We're back here at Sabina Park after a short jinx break. The Jamaica Scorpions are now 312 for 9. Lead by 5. Matara with ball in hand. For those who are just joining us, Matara has picked up 6 wickets. 17 years of age. So we're definitely seeing some promise from a youngster out of Barbados. Zishan Matara. And a big waff, just finding the edge. Shields, but dropping short to Blades. Shields wants 2, but Pete was never interested.
That's what Pete wanted, is to get Shields off strike. So where he got 10 runs from the previous over, the over of Blades.
Ballsy.
How much you wish to have a super sub here. Minley would be struggling in the second innings in terms of bowling for the Jamaica Scorpions. So they would have loved if we could have super sub at this,
That's it.
well, in this format, but it's not possible. So there will be one bowler short, Kimberly.
Working on man. Working on man.
It's really good to see a youngster playing in this manner. And that one just punched out to point. Deep cover doing chase. Looks like 4. Still waiting for the fielder to confirm for us. And it's 4 runs. Pete Salmon a little bit too wide. Just punching that one just in front of point. Deep cover couldn't really pull it back. He's out on the sweep boundary, and that's from Mario Graves off spinner.
Keep stringing again.
Apart from that boundary though, it's a good over from Matara.
317 for a loss of 9
That's
wickets.
the end of the over. That's his 30th over now, Matara. I'm sure he's going to continue regular programming, as I mentioned earlier. Jediah Blades, 18 overs. Cyan Hackett, the other bowler to pick up a wicket. Picked up the wicket of West Indies Test player Kirk Mackenzie. Going through the gates. He's standing at first slip, along with Kalechuan at second slip. Well, he's moving from first slip now. Going to somewhat of a gully region era. Third man is coming up as well.
Yeah,
So he's going back to second slip.
Yeah, because it is OJ Shields who's on strike.
So it's 2 slip in the gully for Blades. Point, cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and fine leg.
The conversation continue. And I know he's saying the phrase that you don't like.
You know what that was? You know what that conversation was just
Bat
about?
on.
Bat on.
That's the phrase that you don't like.
Well, I don't like it when you're batting good heat, extreme pace. It's not something that I like to hear. That one is just full. Nothing on that one in terms of seam, just full. Passing the outside edge of OJ Shields. OJ Shields not leaving a lot of fast bowlers here in the Caribbean. In terms of fast bowlers in the Caribbean, can't really bat. Not surprising that the end that he's batting at, he's looking straight down to the Courtney Walsh end. I hope that the viewers don't kill me for that one.
About the Caribbean fast bowlers can't bat.
Well, OJ Shields is looking down towards the end.
Oh.
The end that he's looking at is the Courtney Walsh end.
And I think what you're saying,
Some may catch it, some may not. But I hope who do catch it,
I do.
please don't kill me.
We will leave a full stop right there.
It's just a joke. Come on.
I know.
We respect that man for what he has done for West Indies cricket, the legend he is. I think by now he should be Sir Courtney Walsh.
Yeah, but looking at the end where we are at the Courtney Walsh end, OJ Shees is in a better position now. He's on 4.
Ah, stop it. Stop it, Kimberly. That one just trained down the leg side. Just one delivery to go, and I'm pretty sure that Pete is hoping that he defends this one. But as a tail ender, you'd want to even have the ability to actually try, like you have that ability to get a single. I'm not seeing that from Shields. Passing the outside edge again.
That's the over.
Shields just not really moving. So I'm guessing that's the reason why he's not really taking the edge. Good delivery to end the last ball of the over. 317 for 9. And back to regular programming. And those who were listening before would understand what that means. Because it's not, from now on, you shouldn't be surprised who's bowling from the Malcolm, I'm saying Malcolm Marshall again.
Michael Holding.
The Michael Holding end. So back to regular programming. Pete not taking any chances.
When it comes to Matara bowling to Pete, he's very watchful. He knows that he has a lot of variation when to bowl the googly or skid it on or pull him out from the crease or push him back on the back foot. Well,
And Pete latched on to that one. It's gone. Is it in the road? No, it's not. It's just on the fence. He's not strong enough, but he's still 6. Too close to Pete on the line of the leg stump. It's a good shot, Kimberly.
Indeed, it is. Well, it was in the arc of Pete. He loves it there, so I would like to see how Matara is going to answer after he was put away for that 6. Just a little chat with him there now. And these two batters, they're trying to get at least, you said 60 or 30 runs, but they want to get more than that. So Pete is just keep encouraging Shields, just stay there, be patient. I'll get the runs. All you have to do is just keep the wicket.
Well, looking at, I've changed the lead a few times this morning because the wickets that they lost, you have to change it. You can't ask for these batters to score or give them a lead of 80 or 90 or 100. Some viewers may say different, but it's what's in front of us. Pete again latched on to that one. Could get a 4. Would the fielder stop it? Diving effort. Good dive. Picks up 2. Not saying that they can't, but it's the last wicket. Our all-rounder is at the crease in Pete Salmon. He's batting with OJ Shields, so he has to score runs and then protect OJ Shields. So you're asking him a difficult task, but not saying it can't happen. But then there's a situation like this where he would punch the ball out to cover probably the last ball or 2 balls before the over is finished. Can Shields survive? So you have to bring down that lead Now from asking for 80 to probably about 30. If they pass 30, that's good. Then you would ask for 50. That's how you could take up the lead. But for now, the lead is 18. So you would ask them to get you to 25. OJ Shields blocking out that one. One more delivery to go.
Brooks is asking for another delivery in that area again.
Shields doing the job here.
Well, he survived that over, which comes to an end. It is the 90th over that comes to an end. It is 26 for 9 and lead of 19 runs here for the Jamaica Scorpions. Do you think that Matara is tired now?
He's young. My mom will say he's a spring chicken. But 31 overs, 6 for 108. Someone will say he's a youngster, he shouldn't be bowling so much, but it would only bring him confidence because he's bowling well. He's hitting good areas. What I think he needs to do is to develop a good googly. His googly isn't turning much, and usually it turns pretty slow, if it do turn, but his googly usually comes in with the angle. So as long as he can develop that, just dropping short in front of Mutara, as long as he can develop that googly, because we saw yesterday and even today, his leg spin is turning a great deal. So he has that. What he needs to develop is a good googly that will make him a lot more threatening than he is now. Pete looking as compact as possible. OJ Shields wants one, but not interested.
Pete says, stay. I got this.
Pete has to do the bulk of the batting now. So far, so good. He's controlling the innings. In terms of the rotational strike. So it's either he tried to get 2. Like for now, this could have been 2. But when you're uncertain, just always just have to look at it a lot closer. Jonathan Carter would probably look at his bowler and ask him to keep it outside the line of off stump because it's a vacant mid-wicket. It's an easy 2 or 4 through that mid-wicket region. And as I mentioned, a bit too short. There's no feeler at the mid-wicket region, whether it's short or deep mid-wicket. So it's always that opportunity to get 4 through that region. Good shot by Pete.
So he make use of that bad delivery from Blades. This partnership is consist of 33 runs from 36 delivers. Pete is in charge.
Just a single. You'd only want 1. Now Shields only have 1 delivery to keep out from Blades.
Can Shields survive this delivery, the last delivery of the over?
That one just beating the outside edge of the bat. You'd be very happy with that, Pete. The lead is now 24. So you would want to ask Pete to take me to 30 now.
31, loss of 5 wickets, a lead of 24 runs.
And Pete is playing very sensible cricket there. He knows when to go and to get off strike, to get to the non-striker end, to face the next over.
Michael Oden entering the field.
Turn off.
Oden.
Let's take him out.
And as we're back to regular programming, as viewers who were here before would understand what that means. Matara is continuing as Kimberly left. As Kimberly left us, Mr. Foster has just stepped in. I know that he would have been here soon because I saw the helicopters passing, and normally the helicopters will drop him behind the stadium,
Go on, Z.
and then a limo will pick him up and bring him across to the commentary box. So I know he would have been here pretty soon, and he's here. Good morning to you, Mr. Foster.
You've gone to watch a movie already?
I haven't watched
you're a
it
good
yet
comedian. You're a good comedian.
because the truth is I know it's going to be free on the site where I watch free movies on. I wouldn't tell people the site.
And Pete is bold. His demise brought by my arrival. And it's the end of the Jamaica Scorpions innings. A 24-run lead at 331 for 9. And importantly, Zishan Motara picks up another wicket. That's his 7th. Or that should be, 7 for 108. 17 years old. Outstanding figures as Pete Salmon makes his way off for 45 from 43. OJ Shields is left not out on 4. So the Scorpions, after resuming on 259 for 6, they have added 72 runs for the last 4 wickets today. And you'd probably say, even though they are in front, they missed an opportunity because Chadwick Walton blazed his way to 163. And outside of Salmon 45 and Carlos Brown 48, there was no real resistance from the middle order. That has kept the CCC in the game, and they must feel proud of Zishan Motara with 7 for 108. Easily a career best. 17 years old as he leads the CCC team off, and he waves that ball in the air. A soft-spoken young man as well. Says his parents are mixed Indian heritage. So you have about a 10-minute break for the return, the start of the second innings of the CCC. The Jamaica Scorpions, they have been bowled out for 331 in their first innings response to 307. The Scorpions, they have a 24-run lead. Soon come. So welcome back to Sabina Park. And this will be the resumption of play. The second innings for the combined campuses and colleges team. They trailed the Jamaica Scorpions by 24 runs. They dismissed the home team for 331. Another 25 minutes or so to go before lunch. It's going to be Shakir Paris and Kristen Kalicharan. The Scorpions resumed on 2:59 for 6. Zishan Mutara finished with 7 wickets, 7 for 108. And picked up the final wicket of Pete Salmon for 45. He was bowled. It's going to be Gordon Bryan to start from this, the Courtney Walsh end. By the way, the next end is the Michael Holding end, and today is the birthday of Michael Holding. Whispering Death. That's his nickname. And just some scores from around the region as well. The West Indies Academy 167 for 7 in their second innings. And they're playing against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Red Force had made 329 in their first innings. The Academy team, they were bowled off for 163 in their first innings, and over at Kensington Cricket Club. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're on the brink of beating the Barbados Pride. They need 17 to win. They're 12 for 1. That should finish before lunch. So it's going to be Gordon Bryan to Shakir Paris. He's over the wicket. Nice lift through to Romaine Morris. It's all about survival here for Paris and Kirsten Kalicharan. So the Windwards, they have gotten over the line now. Against the Pride, they got to 18 for 1. And the Harpy Eagles, the defending champions, not doing so well. The Hurricanes, they're in front at lunch. The Hurricanes, 177 for 3 in their second innings. They hold a strong lead after dismissing the Harpy Eagles for 188 in their first innings in response to 352. So the Hurricanes, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, those two teams are in front over in St. Kitts, while at Kensington, that has been wrapped up by the Barbados, well, by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, while here at Sabina Park, destined for day 4, based on what we're seeing, Kes.
Looks that way. So we can take that attention off the Windward's Barbados game. And now we can focus our attention on what's going on here at Sabina Park. Just 25 lead. But before I go on, I would like to say happy birthday to the legend, Michael Holding. Whispering Death, you say?
Not me. I wasn't around.
Definitely whispering.
Another.
Because the way how those balls used to whistle across batter's helmet, face, and rib cage and shoulders.
And the umpires just couldn't hear him coming in.
Couldn't hear him coming in.
Yeah.
So light. Always on the ball of his feet, running in so smooth. But happy birthday to you, Michael Holding, wherever you are. Legend here in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, and around the world. Also a legend in commentary as well. Probably one of the best commentators that you will hear around the world. Probably one of the best ball you'll see this over from Gordon Bryan.
Shaped away nicely from Paris.
Shaped away nicely. I think nicely is not even enough to describe that one. Something that we both come accustomed to when it comes to Gordon Bryan and him delivering for the Jamaica Scorpions. So they would want to get some early enrolls here before lunch. That one, I thought I heard something, but a little bit of excitement in me because of what we have just seen from Gordon Bryan. A good first over here.
Yeah, that one was on a good length, angled in and then shaped away with the natural movement. And remember, he got Paris in the first innings, similar length, and then nicked off the wicket keeper, Romain Morris. And we see a change in approach here from the Scorpions. They're going to be seeing O.J. Shields partnering Gordon Bryan. We're not seeing Marquino Minley on the field actually, because Ramal Lewis is on the field for him, so there's some concern there for the Scorpions.
Well, earlier I did mention that he have a little bit of a niggle.
Yeah.
And that's the only disadvantage for Jamaica is because they're short on a bowler. So going into the second innings, Marquino Minley is not out on the field. I'm not sure if we'll see him before the end of the day's play, but from what I know, from my knowledge, I don't think that he's in any position to bowl another over in this game. But sometimes the physios can work their magic. We saw that in Australia from Dennis Byam, who is the West Indies physio. But the good thing about this is that O.J. Shields took the wicket of Kalicharan in the first innings, and Gordon took the wicket of Paris in the first innings as well.
Yeah. So
I don't want to say what I want to say because sometimes the commentators say what they say and then you know that curse.
yeah.
So I don't even want to think it anymore.
Yeah.
Just want to see good cricket.
Angling down the leg side, came off the thigh pad of Kalicharan. Have gotten out a few people so far at this championship. Definitely got Mansingh out yesterday. And what you want to see from Shields in this second innings is better control with that new ball. It was a first change in the first innings. Had some excitement about him with lively pace, bounce and carry, but he really sprayed the ball about for a large portion of his spell, or his respective spells.
Well, that's one thing we did discuss is about him having the pace, but not so much of the control. It's not something that we're too worried about in terms of control because it's something that would come with time. He's pretty young in his first class career, so control is something that he would gain over the time. The good thing about him though is that he has the pace. And that's an asset that a lot of guys or a lot of fast bowlers would like to have.
Yeah.
So that's the start.
Get Kalicharan forward. He's not even going back and across Kalicharan. He's just in his stance.
Yesterday I was having a conversation with Walton and he was saying that edge that he got early against Jonathan Carter, that Morris spilled. When he saw the edge, he was at first slip and he was there. And he was getting ready, tense, getting ready to take it. And when Morris jumped across, in his mind he was like, this is it. He was probably expecting a deflection of his glove to his face or something, because he did say it came down.
I mean, there's pace.
It came down.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that you would really be happy and excited about, is that he has pace. With that pace, if you can get him to control that, and with that pace, you can see he seams the ball as well. But it's about having control, being able to hit the right areas. That's what he would need.
That completes the over from OJ Shields. The no ball. The run added to the total for the CCC. It's one without loss at the end of over number 2. They trail by only 23 more runs. And it's a big blow to me as well that Marquino Minley is not going to be able to bowl in this phase with this brand new ball, because he moves the ball around. He's not the most destructive with pace or devastating with pace, but he's rather accurate. And if you watch his or monitor his figures over the years, you can see that he doesn't really go for a lot of runs. He might not pick up wickets in bulk or clusters, but he's very tidy, keeps the run rate down, and he's probing outside that off stump, that threatening line. And Gordon Bryan is bowling to Shakir Paris. And there's a loud appeal. Everyone is convinced. Except Paris. Gregory Brathwaite took him an almighty time to get that index finger up. The entire slip cordon was in unison. They were basically running towards the bowler to say, yes, it's out. And Gregory Brathwaite took some time. Well, the bat was the only thing close to the ball outside that off stump. Paris stood there, but he has to go for the second time to Gordon Bryan, and it's 1-for-1, the CCC.
Definitely something that they were looking to. Probably get them a couple of wickets before they even think about getting close to that lead that they made in the first innings. Paris is gone without scoring.
You can see from his walk that he's not sure that he nicked it. He's adamant that he didn't touch it.
Guess what happened? As long as that jetted finger goes up in the air, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Which bring Brooks to the crease. Shamar Brooks. Definitely, he would be one that the Jamaica would love to see the back of.
And in all the chaos, and if we get a chance to look at it again, you look at the length and the movement again from Gordon Bryan, that nagging length. You're not too sure if you can come forward or stay back to. And he's asking you to play. He was sure, Gordon Bryan. He ran off immediately.
Well, we know that he can outswing the ball, the new ball that is. But he's even better with the old ball because he can move it in as well with the old ball. So that's very impressive. What will be even more impressive is if we can see him moving it in with the new ball.
Yeah.
Coming right arm over. 4 deliveries.
But good start here for the Scorpions.
And that would have to do more with wrist work, I presume.
Immediately down on the line of the 4th stump, swinging away. Slip. Looks very animated. Nkrumah Bonner. Chirpy as usual. Chadwick Walton, and not hearing him. Probably after being out there for such a long time yesterday, scoring 163. He would be a bit reserved until he gathers some energy again. They would definitely need him in that second innings.
That one started a little straighter. And for him to be less predictable with that outswing, it could be possible that he starts a little bit wider off the stumps to shape, to have the ball touching down on the stumps and moving away even later from Brooks or the right-handers in general.
Something I think that he can work on as well is that you mentioned coming wide. He can come a bit wider, touching it down and off stump, and just continuing on that line. So even though he's not swinging the ball that much, what he can do is come wide of the stump and just use the angle. So the fact that he swings the ball a great deal outside off stump, the way swinger, if he can get a little bit wider, where he can use the angle it will feel to batters like he's actually swinging it in, but it's just using the angle.
Yeah. Creating some more doubt.
Something I think you can work on.
I'm not the expert, but I think I can say a few things to him or even ask the coaches about that type of routine just to make him a more threatening bowler. Because when you play against elite players and people who have more experience, they're going to say, well, he's going to be an outswinger bowler for the entire day. If they don't see many swinging back, then they can leave deliveries that are pitching on off stump, hinting that it's going to shape away. Clipped away, that is going to go very close to the boundary and into the boundary. He started that one straighter and overcompensating for some swing. Didn't swing as much as he'd wanted to do, Gordon Bryant. And it's a first boundary for the CCC. They're 5 for 1. The first run for Shamar Brooks. It's 4 runs for him.
Really easy work for Shamar Brooks. A player of his quality, straying down the leg side at this level is always easy peasy for him.
Yeah.
So exactly what I was trying to say to you that same over. If it's a bit more difficult to swing that new ball, what he can do is come a little bit wider of the crease and just using the angle to go straight on. It will make him seem as though he's really seaming or swinging the ball, but he's just really out swinging the ball with the new ball.
No ball call, and it's crunched through the offside by Kalicharan, and it's going to get to the boundary. The first one for him, the second one, back-to-back deliveries for the CCC. And it's now 10 for 1. Overstepping again, OJ. She is really struggling with that front crease.
Something that we have seen in the first innings. Continuing here, you don't want him to get a wicket with a no ball. But as you rightly mentioned about delivering the ball, and as I was saying the last over as well, when you look at a player like Christopher Jordan, who's from Barbados, who plays for England, he have different release points where he wants to release the ball. Whether he come closer to the stump, wider, or more center. There are different points he release the ball when he wants to bowl maybe his Yorkers, when he wants to keep it straight, when he wants to swing it. So it's something that he can work on. Have a chat with his coach, Andrew Richardson, who was also a fast bowler. Played a lot of years for Jamaica. Earlier this morning, we saw Darren Powell walking around. So it's good to see a lot of fast bowlers from Jamaica still around. And another one again, hitting down on the line of off some seaming away from Kalechuan. This is a line that he needs to hit consistently with an odd bumper.
Yeah, I agree with you. Turning him square. And he's been beaten for pace as well. A lot of chatter around Kalicharan.
But he'll be very familiar with the guys from CCC because he plays the Super 50 cricket for CCC.
Too wide.
There you see the inconsistency in line and length, being able to have good groupings, coming down and off stump, seaming away is something that we'd want to see from him. The thing about it, having pace with control, it's goal. And that we see from someone like Jaffa Archer. We saw that a couple of weeks ago from Shamar Joseph. We usually see that from time to time with Alzawi Joseph. Just to name a few. Mitchell Stark, Josh Hazelwood. Bowling as well from Australia. Guys that bowl in the mid-80s and hit that era consistently.
Almost every ball. Josh Hazelwood doesn't get off that top of off stump lane. Such a fantastic bowler, and he goes under the radar because he's probably not as quick as a Pat Cummins or a Mitchell Stark, who are consistently cartwheeling the stumps.
How good it is to have two fast bowlers in your lineup who can ruffle the feathers of batters. Mitchell Stark, Pat Cummins, Hazelwood, who's always nagging. But that's the end of the over there. End of another OJ Shields over. The score is 10 for 1. Just 4 overs, couple of minutes left before lunch.
I think all 3 bowlers have upwards of 250 test wickets. That's outstanding. You don't normally see that.
Normally see it.
And they're playing together for a sustained period of time.
So the structure that Australia have presently, it is a structure that I think a lot of cricket nations should sort of patronize.
Yeah.
Because we saw the other day the top bowlers for Australia rest for the ODI.
Yeah.
And then we saw a right arm medium fast bowler,
Xavier Bartlett.
Mr. Bartlett.
Oh, that one came back. Or it held its line, to be honest. And it goes over the top of the stumps. A good leave in the end from Shamar Brooks, but his heart must have been in his mouth because he was shaping for the ball to go away. It came back.
That's what I'm talking about. Being able to do that. And you can seam the ball away as well. You're going to always make a batter feel like, you know what, I have to play at each delivery. As long as you can do that, you're in.
Shouts of catching, but it was on the pads of Shamar Brooks. And that's his favorite area through the onside. It was shaping back towards Brooks, but he did enough to negate any form of movement, and he goes into the boundary for 4 and takes the CCC up to 14 for 1. That's his second scoring shot, and both have been boundaries. Well left outside that off stump again, and it's all about survival now. I'm almost sure this is going to be the final over before the lunch break. 3 deliveries to come. 2 minutes to 12 local time. Change in field, so it has been a topsy-turvy morning for the Scorpions. 3:31 all out. They're resuming on 2:59 for 6. Low the P for an LBW, but Brooks well inside the line of that. And it's going down the leg side.
The last innings, OJ Shields only bowled 10 overs. Not the last innings, but
The first inning, yeah.
the first innings.
Across 3 spells.
On the first day, I'm talking, on the first day, he only bowled 10 overs. On the first day. Gordon O'Brien bowled 18. With Markino Minley out of the equation, he might not be able to come back in this game. He would need to bowl more overs. He would also need to be a lot more consistent because just coming back from injury, his first game after injury, he would be bowling 4 or 5 over burst spells. So he has to use those overs wisely whenever he's been given the ball by the skipper.
That's left alone by Shamar Brooks. And umpire Gregory Brathwaite says it's lunch at 16 for 1 for the CCC. They trail by 8 runs in their second innings. And they must feel comfortable in their performance so far. Because Chadwick Walton's 163 was setting up the stage for the Scorpions to blow them away. But they kept themselves in the game with Zishan Motara with a 7 for 108 and eventually dismissed the Scorpions for 331 in response to that 307. So they are trailing by a small matter of 24. And at 16 for 1 now, the CCC, they are behind by 8, but they have lost a wicket. Shakir Paris for the second time in the match, going to Gordon Bryan, caught behind as well. Similar mode of dismissal. So Shamar Brooks 8, Kirsten Kalicharan 5 are the men at the crease, and they are set to resume after that 39 more minutes of break. And we'll be back here at Sabina Park in 37 minutes time with the CCC 16 for 1 in their second innings. I'm Jerome Foster, and you can stand by to join until then. So welcome back to Sabina Park. This is the second session of the second round match between the Jamaica Scorpions and the combined campuses and cottages team.
Oh, yes.
We're in Kingston, Jamaica.
Believe it. Just 2 wickets, boys.
The Scorpions got an early wicket in this, the second innings of the CCC. The CCC, they are 16 for 1. Shamar Brooks, he's 8. Kirsten Kalicharan, former West Indies under-19 player, he's 5. The wicket went to Gordon Bryan. And he dismissed Shakir Paris for the second time in the game. Similar dismissal caught by wicketkeeper Romain Morris. And remember that the Scorpions restarted the day at 259 for 6. They got up to 331 all out. Chadwick Walton top scored it 163, 48 from Carlos Brown, 45 this morning from Pete Salmon, and Zishan Motara, 17-year-old with Indian heritage from Barbados, 7 for 108. It's OJ Shields to Kalicharan, and it's runs early for the CCC. Might be 4 of them. It is 4 of them. It was badly lined by OJ Shields. Pace is on it, but it was too straight, and the diminutive figure in Kalicharan just eased it through the onside for his second boundary and takes him up to 9. And the CCC, they are now 20 for 1 and trail the Scorpions by only 4 runs. I'm joined by Kimberly Forbes for this first part of the session.
Thank you, Jerome. Well, it was a fantastic performance from Mataro.
Another pleasant drive there from Kalicharan. Couldn't find the gap. Change in field for the Scorpions. Abhijay Mansingh is now in the covers. He was at gully previously.
Let me ask a question, Jerome. We saw where the pitch worked for Zishan Mataro. Do you think that Jermaine Blackwood should introduce Mansingh in the attack early?
Could be a good ploy. Didn't bowl as many overs as Matara did in the first innings for the Scorpions. Went right through Kalicharan. But you'd expect that because the Scorpions have been handicapped by the fact that Marquino Minde is highly unlikely that he's going to be on the field for the rest of the day. And even if he makes his return to the field, it's going to take some time for him to even bowl again for the day. So he has to do the time spent off the field, on the field, as long as it's not an impact injury while playing.
While he was batting this morning, you could see a level of discomfort even when he tried to run the doubles.
Yeah, it was part of the reason why he bowled only 10 overs in that first innings. And didn't bowl after the second session on the first day. So you'd expect Mansingh and Pete Salmon, who bowled 28 overs in the first innings, to do the bulk of the bowling in the second innings should Shields and Bryan not make early inroads. And Gordon Bryan bowled 23 overs, I think, in the first innings. And he's already bowled 3 overs, so he has gone 26 overs for the game. I remember he bowled a lot of overs in that first game as well, upwards of 20 plus overs. So he's racked up almost 50 overs within the space of 10, 12 days of cricket.
Right. And in that 10, 12 days of cricket, he picked up 8 wickets so far. 4 in the first game against the Volcanoes. 3 in the first innings against CCC. And he started off well this morning. Well, just before lunch, he picked up the wicket.
That completes a first over after lunch. It's 20 for 1, the CCC. Only a boundary conceded by Shields in what was a loosen up over, to be honest. Not much accuracy, not much difficulty for Kirsten Kalicher and the diminutive right-hander.
They're just trailing by 4 runs now. Before the Scorpions were rolled out, you see that shot that Pete Salmon played. He was disgruntled because he knew that he was supposed to play straight, and I know he was looking forward to that half century. But Matara cleaned him up.
Right arm over here.
So it's going to be Gordon Bryan with a straighter set field. A mid-wicket is in place for Shamar Brooks. Who came in early in the first innings. Came in extra early today. He was in after the 13th ball of the innings.
Well, Shamar Brooks, he will definitely have to play an innings here today.
From observation, a couple of deliveries have kept low this morning and into this afternoon. Not a good sign for the team that is going to be batting last on this surface. Expect this, as a bowling unit or as a captain, you'd want your bowlers to be on the stumps if you're seeing deliveries dying in front of the wicket keeper from a good length. There's a shout about catch him. It goes through the gully. Gordon Bryan is bewildered as to why no one got a hand to it, but I doubt it was close to Mackenzie. Let's see, no one close to it.
Nowhere close to anybody. And he just trying. You kind of see that take a turn on him there, Jerome. And he picked up 4. They will take it anyhow it comes. So the scores are level now. 24 for 1.
I think Brooks played that one too early. And because he's getting outward movement as well, Brian, he'll be better served playing the ball towards the right leg of the umpire than towards the right shoulder of the man at mid-wicket, who is Ramal Lewis. So that would mean Brooks would have to be playing the deliveries a little bit later than how he's playing. That should give Gordon Bryan some confidence, though. And a good leave outside the off stump this time. And 24 for 1 means, as Kim said, the scores are level. It's just how much more they can get, or how many more the Scorpions are willing to give up before they get defensive.
Yes, so it's basically a start over now for the CCC team. They had already got that 24 out of the way. It's for them to start building now. And they will be depending on Brooks for a good partnership.
Easy on the eyes as always, Shamar Brooks.
The last time I watched Shamar Brooks played here at Sabina Park, I think it was against Ireland, and can't remember if it was Ireland where he got a century. So they will want him to get a century today, or even more than a century. We saw a wonderful knock from Walton and Carter.
Straight to delivery to complete the 7th over. And the 4th one for Gordon Bryan, 1 for 13. It's 24 for 1. The combined campuses and colleges team in their 2nd innings. And just to remind the viewers that the game at Chedwin Park is already done. And Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are putting on a show here in Jamaica. They're loving life here. They really crushed the Scorpions last week. And they humiliated the Barbados Pride team well inside 3 days. It's 2 days and a session, or even less than a session. Yeah.
You mean business?
Maximizing their points, and it's pace that is doing the job for them. Let's see if Shields' pace can do it for the Scorpions. Ryan John doing well. Took 7 wickets in the match. Shamar Springer did well as well. Got the big wicket of Craig Brathwaite in the second innings. And Brathwaite has been struggling in this season. Pace too much for Kalicharan, but he gets a fortuitous boundary. I don't think he knew much about that one. I don't think wicketkeeper Morris had a chance to even move. Went right through him. And just came off the inner half of the bat eventually for a boundary. So the CCC there in front now.
Yeah, he has no clue about it. He was flashing his head after he thinks that the delivery passed him. But gets away to the boundary. And she can't believe it. It didn't went on to the stump.
Cleaned him up in the first innings. Leg stump went for a walk. And that one went right past his outside edge again. And he's just too quick for him, Shields. Struggling to cope with the pace here, Kalicharan. He's not getting behind the line of the deliveries. He's almost beside it. As if he's scared to
Yeah.
to get behind because of the pace being generated by Shields. I think it's harder for Shields to bounce out Kalicharan as well because he's not a tall player. So that bouncer has to be well directed. Comes forward, late on it.
Yeah, and he's batting outside of the leg stump. Not much footwork from him. As you said, he looks scared.
Shouts of catch. Carlos Brown is onto it and has a shy at the stumps. Good work. For a moment there, Shamar Brooks was not interested in getting down to the striker's end, and Brown had to move to his right. So that suggested that a one was on, with a mix-up averted in the end. Brown's throw was wayward.
Yeah, it was a bit of hesitation there, but I think that because of the pace of Shields, Collector would want to come off strike to let Brooks handle him. It's too quick for him. 29 for 1.
He's back to me. Thank you.
Three slips. Backward point, cover, and mid-off on the offside for Shields. Hits the bat hard as usual to complete the 8th over. It's 29 for 1. The CCC, they lead by 5 runs.
Looking at the stand of Brooks there, he exposed all 3 stumps. By the bowler reaches the umpire, he steps across and cover all 3 stumps.
Yeah. His trigger movement is the old school trigger movement, the back and across movement. So his right foot is the back foot. So, yeah, takes a step towards his stumps to ensure that he gets in line with the delivery, which is completely different from what Kirsten Kalicharan is doing. He's not really setting himself to get in line with the ball.
That's too light.
While Brooks is doing the opposite. He's doing everything to get his body
Right arm over.
in position so he'll be able to transfer his weight from front to back. Kalicharan has been caught on the crease.
Yes.
Little to no movement. And even to Gordon Bryan, it's the same movement. So once the ball is moving into him, it could become problematic. And if it shapes away late, he's a candidate to get into the slips or to the wicket keeper because he's using more hands and eyes rather than movement into the ball.
Most definitely. Even that shot he played just now, if he had come over to mid and off,
and mind you, not everyone has to use the same technique. It's just what you're comfortable with. Just that you're more susceptible to certain deliveries with a certain stance. There you saw a little bit of a trigger movement, but not a massive step. It was just because the ball was so short, he had enough time. He was trying to get close to play that full-blooded cut shot. He retakes his guard because he was batting off leg stump. He's now asked the umpire for middle stump, which means he's going to be covering one of the stumps.
well, now that he comes over to mid stump, let's see how he will play those deliveries that he was scared to play when he was batting to O.J. Shields.
She's got a few more in the bounce. She's got a few more.
Seems as if the ladies, they're having a day off today from training, the national team.
Strong wind in the back of Gordon Bryan. He's running into that wind, by the way.
Yeah, one foot is wearing a gray socks and the other is wearing a white socks.
She's got two more bounce.
Probably just his lucky socks,
Maybe.
his lucky method. Sport athletes, not just sport, but athletes tend to have weird. This one is into the legs of Kalicharan. It's whipped away. It's a vacant area. There are only two men on the onside, a fine leg and a mid-on. So once he gets it in front of square, it's going to be a boundary. And he basically forced Gordon Bryan to bowl to him with that front pad in front of the stumps. But it was easily clipped away. And another boundary for the right-hander. Takes the partnership up to 32. And the CCC, they are 33. They lead the Scorpions by 9 runs.
These two, they will have to stay there and try to bat out the end of the day's play, not trying to lose another wicket. Tomorrow is the final day. Oh. And just 4 runs coming from that over. That last delivery went to the boundary for 4. Having a little bit of singing, I think that is Chadwick Walton.
Edge. And Romaine Morris collects. Shamar Brooks has to go. And that's the length you want to see from OJ Shields. He has enough pace. Bring the batters forward. The edge induced. And the easiest of takes for the wicketkeeper. And the second wicket goes down for the CCC. And a vital breakthrough for the Scorpions. Yep. Seemed away at the last moment. He was trying to take the bat inside, but it was too late. Shamar Brooks, he goes for 12.
Yeah, because with that, as you mentioned, the speed of OJ Shields, once he finds that area, the ball will do the work afterwards. It really peels the edge there for Shamar Brooks. He's gone for 12 from 16. Another wicket goes down 33 for 2 in 9.1 overs. And the singing continues with Chadwick Walton.
Just one wicket away, fellas. Just one
So the
wicket
Scorpions
away. Can you believe that? Oh, yeah.
have to deal with Shatrugan Rambaran now. Didn't look as comfortable against OJ Shields in that first innings. Got hit a couple of times. One in the head, one in the chest. But still dug in to take his team to lunch on that opening day. He perished in the very first over after lunch.
Well, the Scorpions will be happy with the start that they have got from OJ and Gordon Bryan. And I hear Chadwick Walton saying just one more. If we get one more, we're up where we want to be. And at the rate that the bowlers are going, maybe the Scorpions will go into bat today. We heard that the game between Barbados and Volcanoes, that's already finished. Maybe, Jerome, maybe we'll see Scorpion batting before the end of today's play, if the bowlers continue on this part that they're on.
Could be. Shatrugan Rambaran is a new man. Right-hander. Shields is steaming in. So both the bowlers so far for the Scorpions taking a wicket. Gordon Bryan in his second over, while Shields with his in the fifth. They're hoping to see. Wondering how many overs he's going to be bowling here after lunch. He bowled 3 before lunch, but the captain has been mindful so far with him. 15 overs altogether in the first innings. And remember, he's coming from an injury, so I don't think you want to really risk him that much. We have a next game next week, Wednesday, right here at Savannah Park against the Barbados Pride,
who just got crushed by the Volcanoes. And I hope that Minley and the Scorpions will hope that Minley will be okay for that game that comes up next Wednesday. Can see different approach from the captain Blackwood in this innings, looking to restrict the CCC to a very small total. 2 wickets down already. And I think, Jerome, that if they get another 2 wickets, it's going to create a huge problem for the CCC, especially if they can get the captain, Jonathan Carter.
I think his wicket is going to determine how quickly this game progresses. It goes right through Rambaran again. Good length delivery and turned him square and almost took the edge. Shields is working up a good head of steam here. Just on and about middle and off and shaped away at the last minute.
Just look at the replay here, Jerome. Look how close he comes to the umpire and deliver that one.
Tells you he wants to bowl as straight as possible, so the slightest of movement should impact the men behind the stumps. Wrapping him on the pad, umpire Chris Taylor shook his head immediately. And Rambaran walks away to square leg as he's in pain. Hit him well above almost in the thigh, and that completes the over. It's 33 for 2, the combined campuses and colleges team after 10 overs. They lead by 9 runs.
Good over there from Shields, picked up a wicket from it. It's a wicket maiden. I wonder what he's showing her.
So Gordon Bryan is back. Changing field now. Man is positioned forward of square. That's Man Singh for Kalicharan. Must feel as if he missed out there. That was short and wide. Was asking to be hit.
But he stretches for that one. If he had come across a little bit, take a step over, he would have been in full control of that shot. Normally they would say he's fishing.
Played inside the line this time. Kalicharan, and he, as I said, he's not really using a lot of movement in the crease. So whether it's fast medium or just medium pace, he's exercising the same level of technique to either bowler. It's too wide from Gordon Bryan. Gives Jermaine Morris a lot of work to do, but he did it well enough. Looks assured behind. Wayward. By the way, Zishan Matara is 17, as you have been saying, but he's also over 6 foot. Not usually the case for a leg spinner. Based on the wickets that he has picked up so far, or he took in that first innings, he deceived the Jamaican batters with the bounce and his variation in flight.
Yes.
Cut away, but finds a fielder. That's Ramon Lewis, former West Indies under-19 captain, and Jamaica under-19 winning captain as well. Captained the West Indies under-19 team with Nicholas Puran in 2014. I think that was in Malaysia.
And after the wicket of Brooks, is just only a run added to the score.
Kalicharan gets it away to Lewis, who flings himself at the ball, plucks it out of the air. Loud cheers from his teammates as that wraps up another over. 34 for 2 after 12.
Another good over there from Shields. Shields just one from it at the end of his 6th over. Just a lead of 10 runs, and look at the fall of the wicket. They lost the first wicket for 1 run and the second one for 33. 3 extras given away so far from the bowlers, being pretty tidy. As I said earlier, I would not be surprised to see the Scorpions bat before the end of the day's play, based on how Shields and Gardner is bowling. Won't see a change in bowling for now.
So another field change here. It's Javor Royal is on the field. Gordon Bryant to Rambaran. Squares him up. Looks like Carlos Brown is off the field.
So where Richards had to come off the field this morning, he had a bug, a stomach bug. I'm wondering if he's okay now. Gordon Bryan bowling pretty well. Maybe straight on the leg side a few times, but very consistent outside of the off stump. I know that Blackwood wouldn't mind getting another wicket.
Oh, good bounce there. Shorter. Rambaran was almost committing to coming onto the front foot a little bit too early. Gordon Bryant, as I said, has been the standout bowler for the Scorpions so far this season. Obviously, in the early stages of the season, it's only a game and a half. But he has been the most consistent and threatening bowler. Four slips are in place for him, by the way.
I hope that with those 4 slips, when the edge comes, they are ready to take it. Be on the alert, because he can create those edge. This partnership is just 1 run from 22 deliveries. Just showing how the bowlers they're being accurate and bowling in the areas, making it hard for the batters.
That completes the 13th over. It's maiden. It's now 34 for 2, the CCC. In their second innings, they lead by 10 runs. After dismissing the Scorpions for 331 in their first innings, the Scorpions were in response to 307.
So Collector Run, he's on 18 from 44, and Ramaran, he's on 1 from 12. think about 4 consecutive maidens being bowled. Back in the commentary box with me, it is Keswick Williams. And I know that Keswick is very pleased with the performance of Zishan Matara. Good afternoon, Keswick.
Good afternoon to you, Kimmy. Pleasure to be back in the box after having some well-needed lunch. Thanks to the caterers here in Jamaica, Nadine Caterers, for catering to us here in Jamaica.
Catch him, oh yes.
You're getting some nice curry goat.
It's always a pleasure to be feasting here in Jamaica. The curry goat, the rice and peas. It's always something special here in Jamaica. It just tastes different. I don't know.
Oh, beautiful, man. Get it.
I would
But
tell
yeah,
you why it
it's-
tastes different, but I can't.
But yeah, it's always a pleasure to see a youngster
Working boys.
performing in the way that Matara performed yesterday and today. 32 or so overs in the first innings.
Oh yes, man. Oh.
We've seen another leg spinner operating here in Abijay Mansing.
Hard hands here, boys. Just one wicket away. fellas.
Yeah, and
Just one
I
wicket
had
away
mentioned
from out
Mansing
right.
to Jerome that
Come on.
I wonder if
Boys.
Blackwood would bring him on early after he saw what Zishan did in the first session. Well, it's good to introduce Mansing early here to see if he can create a bit of damage for the CCC.
Oh yes, nice. Have man. Good cover, score.
Mansing not delivering a bad over here. He has to stay consistent for his skipper, who's at first slip. Appeal, but not convincing. It's somewhat like a spectator's catch. Similar bowling style as well, Abijay Mansing and Zishan Matara. Sort of make a name for himself in this game. Not only with the ball, but with the bat as well. Good to see a youngster coming up and learning as much as possible. Did some work in Barbados when England was there with Adil Rashid and Rohan Ahmed out of England.
Another maiden being bowled by the Scorpions. Bowler made that the 5th maiden. And you can imagine getting maidens and getting wickets. What a disaster it will be for the CCC. They have been at 34 for quite some time now.
That's a nick, and that could be a catch. And that's a wonderful catch. Splendid. Romain Morris making up for that drop catch in the last innings. Dropping Jonathan Carter, but look at a grab. Excellent. Another wicket.
And I had said to Jerome, I hope they will be ready because I know Brian will be peeling the edge of the batter. Wonderful take by Morris there to send him back. Well, as I mentioned, bowling maidens and picking up wicket will cause havoc for the CCC team. And Brian Gordon doing the job again. This is his 9th wicket in the season so far.
that usually lift the energy of a team. These sort of catches usually lift the energy going forward. It's a splendid catch. As we look at it again, good work from Romain Morris. Beautiful delivery. That one just holding its line from Gordon O'Brien. He's the main man here for Scorpions. This brings out Jonathan Carter, the skipper of the CCC, to the crease. The Centurion, 100 in the last innings. They will need that again, the CCC. This is the first hour or so after lunch. They have picked up another wicket. It's 34 for 3. If they can get another enroll or two before tea, we will have a game on our hands, definitely, or even one wicket. Jamaica would feel as though they are back with a chance to winning this game.
Yes, Keswick, and just 16 runs difference here. They were in the same position yesterday, just being at 50 for 3. But it was Jonathan Carter who saved them. Well, Gordon runs away. He was so convinced that one was out. But looking at the replay here, Keswick.
Pitching outside the line of off stump. I don't know what Gordon O'Brien usually just run down, celebrating without looking back at the umpire. I think there's a rule now that you must look back. Look at that celebration. He's got himself another wicket. Got to look back, Brian.
Yeah, that was a good delivery though, but it was drifting and it was too high as well. Burden on Carter. But with a bowler being consistent outside of the off stump, you have to be alert whether you're in first slip, second slip, or third slip, and not to mention the keeper. We saw that he was very alert just now with the first delivery of Gordon, 8th over. So it was a spectacular catch.
That one flicked down to final again. Could be a catch, and it is a catch. Jonathan Carter have to go. Gordon O'Brien sort of strained down to the leg side a bit. Jonathan Carter, fine shot down to fine leg, but could have only found O.J. Shields. A little bit of juggling from O.J. Shields, but in the end, a good catch. Jamaica is clawing back things into their hands. Another wicket for Gordon O'Brien.
Well, because he picked up the wicket of the captain, Jonathan Carter, who made 134 in the first innings, the celebration for Gordon changed. You saw him doing the penguin dance. What that normally Fabian Allen would do, that says a lot for the Scorpions. The screaming was so high here at Sabina Park. And as I mentioned, if they can get at least 2 to 3 more wickets before tea, that would put the CC campus in great danger, and they're in deep waters now right here at Sabina Park.
That is cricket for you. Jonathan Carter leaving without scoring. We were here and we were sitting and we were saying that this will go into the 4th day. But with this wicket now of Jonathan Carter, it brings a little bit of complexity to the game now. Richards is walking out. We haven't seen him after the 3rd over this morning. Shamar Brooks took over the keeping because he had a little Bug Richards was vomiting all morning. So looks like he's better now, running out with a lot of energy. They will need that sort of energy at the crease to get them to a good total. Gordon tail is up and he's bowling well. He has picked up another wicket for the Scorpions. He's now 3 wickets for 17 runs.
And that is a fantastic figure when you look at your screen wherever you are. And I must say that Gordon Bryan is on a high now. 4 deliveries, 2 wickets, 2 dots. Richards. The energy is so high. The energy web for the Scorpion is so high, so they are feeling so electrified now. The spirit is very high, especially for the bowlers. And as you mentioned yesterday, Keswick, that getting wickets, it boots you more than how you're booted to bowl.
Well, the Jamaica Scorpions looks a more energized team now.
And the bowlers, they are tidy. Only 3 extras given away in the first innings. We saw Shields, he was struggling with the no ball. I think they work on that. He come back today very relaxed and composed, and is bowling good line and length. Picked up a wicket. But the CCC, they're deep waters, looking at the waterfront here in Kingston, Jamaica. For Mansingh, you said you compare Mansingh and Matara with the same bowling action, but the difference between Matara, he was bowling full and straight. Mansingh, he's bowling a little bit short.
This could be a bit dangerous here for the CCC. With the 2 senior players back in the hut. Could be 2. Easy 2. But Mark Lewis, who's a substitute fielder, on for Mark Minley, retrieved that one. But with the 2 senior players back in the hut, Jonathan Carter and Shamar Brooks, you will still have to wonder now if the CCC can possibly bat out this session, or even bat out the day. There's still another day tomorrow. Today's just the 3rd day. But this session is probably the most exciting that we have seen so far from the Jamaica Scorpions. Something that the fans came here for, and they're getting that now on the 3rd day. Dangerous. But that's 4. That's sloppy. That's some sloppy work there from Gordon O'Brien. Not sure if it's fatigue. But it's a good shot. It's gotten him 4. Shouldn't be 4, but Carlos Brown had to duck a while ago. Because that's why I said it was a bit dangerous, because Kalitran came back on that one and really pranced on it, pulling it through mid wicket just in front of the square. Gordon O'Brien, easy stop, but didn't get down. Give them an easy fall.
Catch him, Banner.
Yeah, the coach would say, what happened, Gordon? What about your long barrier? But I can forgive him. Maybe he was running too fast. Had to make some adjustment to come back and trying to use one hand to stop that. I'll help him make some excuse for that.
Catch him, oh, yeah.
Should be more effort made in the field here. And the thing about it is that you would think that he will make a lot more effort because he's the one that's leading the Chargers right now in terms of taking wickets. So he has gotten 3 wickets, 17 runs. You'd expect a lot more effort because you would want guys to work hard to take catches for you. So you'd want a lot more effort to be made in the field.
And as soon as the ball went to the boundary, he quickly apologized. Said it wasn't intentional, but I will make it up to you. How will he make it up, though? Because there is a flight heading towards the Norman Manley International Airport.
Gordon gets ready again too. Every single time he appeals, he runs down as if it's a definite wicket. Run down in the way that Curtly Ambrose would have done it back in his day. You almost think the umpire put his fingers up already. Look at him. The celebration.
Well, he flings his head back and said, boy, I can't believe it that umpire Brathwaite did not raise his finger.
The saddest part is the long walk back after the umpire Brathwaite decide to turn you down. It's like you're asking that long-standing partner, hand in marriage. You're trying to get engaged, but she said no.
What a disappointment that is.
So it's that long, disappointing walk back to your bowling mark. That's the hardest thing to get to terms with. And again, strain down the leg side to Richards. But I love his celebration, though.
Well, half of his celebrations look like Usain Bolt. But he goes forward. That I remember Shelley-Ann winning a race and did that celebration at the end of the finishing line.
I guess it's a Jamaican thing.
Not too hot here in Kingston today like it was yesterday. Yesterday was pelting, steamy hot here in Kingston. So 4 dots. Good figure here. 19 for 3 in 8.4.
He has really been a shining light in the bowling lineup for the Scorpions. Hence the field that he's using now. With that mid-on shot, mid-wicket square leg, fine leg. 2 slips and a gully. He has point and mid-off. That's all because he swings back the ball too the left-hander, so it would always come in. Hence the man at mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over there. End of another Gordon O'Brien's over. Score is 44 for 4.
$44 for 4. Jermaine Blackwood would be happy. Wouldn't mind getting another now. He got the big wicket. The big wickets of Brooks and Carter. The CCC, they're in a lead of 20 runs. And if they get 2 more, well, the Scorpions can prepare themselves to bat today. Keswick will get a day off tomorrow.
It's not really about the day off. It's all about good cricket. And you would want to see good cricket. In spite of what happened in the last game with Jamaica and Windies and today, or even yesterday, you still want to see good cricket. So they have climbed their way back into the game. So this game had a few bit of seesaw battle.
Change of bowling there. Mansingh is being replaced by Pete. So I definitely know that Blackwood is hunting for another one.
Come on, boys.
She is resting.
Yes, happy. Boys.
PT played a wonderful innings of 45.
Well, ball is continuing to probe around that off stump. Think they could probably take out the guy at cover and put him into leg slip, because he just spins the ball. He's a short fella, Kalitcharan. So that extra bounce that the wicket gives every now and again, because this pitch is not as consistent as the last one we had, the Volcanoes game, but that one finds the edge. Should be an easy 2 for Kalitcharan.
So maiden there, maiden by Pete. The over comes to an end. 18 gone, 44 for 4. A lead of 20 runs for the CCC. The fall of wicket: 1 for 1, 2 for 33, 3 for 34, 4 for 34. 3 extras from the bowlers being disciplined. And it's drinks break. The score is, correction to the score, it is 46 for 4.
bowler. Bowler's right arm over.
So we're back here at Sabina Park. This is the
A bit to you.
second hour of play after lunch. The Scorpions dominated that first hour. 3 wickets. And 2 wickets in and over for Gordon Bryan. Shatrughn Rambaran and Jonathan Carter. O.J. Shields picked up the wicket off Shamar Brooks. 3 of the catches to the wicketkeeper Romain Morris. It's Abhijay Mansingh to Demario Richards. Goes for a sweep shot. Oohs and ahs outside. Mansingh is now bowling from his preferred Courtney Walsh end. Had a couple of overs from the Michael Holding end. No success there. But he got the wicket off Demario Richards in the first innings. Really tame dismissal. It was a low full toss. The spoon to the man at mid-wicket. 46 for 4, the CCC. Richards is tugging that one away. And a single. And it's good afternoon to Keswick Williams.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome back, I would say. After the Jinx break, which is the last hour before tea. Would really like to see the approach of Richards and Kalitran, with both senior batters back in the hut for the CCC and Jonathan Carter and Shamar Brooks. According to how they approach this last hour before tea, you can kind of sense what the mindset would be going into the end of this play.
Another full toss this time to Richards. A completely different result than the first innings. He gets a run from it. .49 for 4. I think the CCC, they'll be thinking of somewhere close to 200 runs. It's a long stretch from here, though. And Kalicharan rocks back. Short again from Mansingh, the second time in the over. And the 50 comes up at the end of over number 19. It's 50 for 4. And Kirsten Kalicharan, he has 27 of those 50 runs. Demario Richards, he has 7. They lead the Jamaica Scorpions by 26 runs.
So as Foster did mention, it's 50 for 4, which gives them the lead of 26. So that's what adding on or getting that lead up to at least 50 would have done for the Scorpions. Presently, it's like it's 26 for 4.
Yeah.
Scorpions would be happy to be in this position. Anyone would be happy to be in this position knowing that you're bowling in your second innings.
Pete Salmon is continuing. Unusual field for the off spinner. 2 slips. That tells you he's getting some drift here with the wind behind him. Slanting across.
Catch him.
Still thinking that Collection is
Nice half volley, Peter.
still a bit too comfortable. That's his third delivery. He's playing on his back foot. He wants to bring him forward, invite him forward.
Oh yes, nice half volley, Pete. Over cover.
Just more like that.
Nice half volley, Pete. Nice half volley, boy. Like it, Pete.
Playing off your back foot will make things a little bit more easier.
Catch him. Oh.
Because Kalicharan stays beside the ball,
Catch him, boy.
you're almost instructed to have another man in front of the bat.
Catch him, Carlo.
And the screams of yes. And that turns over the strike. It's 51 for 4 at the end of the 20th over. Only one run conceded from that over from Pete Salmon.
But for some reason, Foster, I don't know if it's that he understands his bowling that much and he's operating the way that he is. But today it looks like he's doing something different in terms of bowling Pete Salmon. He's looking to drift the ball more than trying to spin it. Hence the reason for the field. If it was spinning, he will normally have in a leg slip. So he will normally have short leg and leg slip. But this time there's no leg slip and he's drifting it away from the right-handers. That's the reason for the fielder at short cover.
Mansingh is back in the attack. It's always going to be strange when the off spinner has a field like that. But as I mentioned, I agree with you as well. It's a concerted effort to have the ball going almost against the natural angle. Mansingh has been too straight here in this spell to the left-hander. To bring them forward. Overthrows. Sloppy work. 2 more runs to the total. It's 54 now for 4. I don't think the Scorpions can get complacent, given that the CCC, they were 88 for 4 in the first innings and got up to 300 plus, even though Jonathan Carter got a century.
Well, we did see some good batting from Mutara. Gavaskar also in the end, probably about 15 or so, but 15 well-needed runs, because in the manner in which he played his shots, in commanding fashion as well. So we know that they have batting, at least guys who can score runs straight down to 11. So you can't really underestimate what they can do with the bat. Someone will say minus Jonathan Carter, 100 and how much they would get. But at the end of the day, Jonathan Carter, that's his job, to score runs.
Trying to hit that one through the offside. Mario Richards didn't time it as well as you would want. And a dot delivery to complete the 21st. It's 54 for 4. And all 4 wickets going to the Pacers. 3 to Gordon Bryant to continue his good showing so far. Continues to be a shining light in this Scorpions attack that is depleted, by the way. Marquino Minley's off the field.
In this situation, first, I would never have any of these batters get comfortable with any of my bowlers. even though that they're bowling and you're not really getting runs scored off these bowlers, you don't want them to get too comfortable.
Pressure there, Pete.
You have the quickest bowler probably in the tournament. No,
Nice front football.
you have to use him.
Catch him, Carlos.
He's allowed up in, and it looks as if he's in trouble. His head is bowed. The catch is taken by Carlos Brown. And that was a tame dismissal for Kalicharan, who faced 71 deliveries. Little bit of bounce from Pete Salmon. It was just too much for Kalicharan. Should have played that a lot softer.
I did mention it a couple of balls ago, Foster. Because he's a short fella, the bounce that this wicket will give every now and again, as I mentioned, is not as consistent as the last pitch. But because he's such a short fella, you'd always think that the bounce will outdo him. So that's the reason why I opted to have a leg slip and that short leg. That one, the bounce doing a bit too much for Kalicharan. Only could have sent it straight to short leg to Carlos Brown. Presented an easy catch, a regulation catch for anybody who would usually feel at short leg.
Yes, boy.
In comes Graves.
Should have been dealt with a lot better. It's got big on him. But because he was almost committing to come forward, just couldn't transfer the weight quick enough. And to play with softer hands, almost pushed at the ball. And gave an easy catch to Carlos Brown, who has seen more difficult ones so far this season. So Romario Greaves is a new man.
Oh, yes, Pete. Nice out, volley, Pete. Nice out, volley, Pete.
In a spot of bother, the CCC 54 for 5. Oh, that one drifts. You can see it.
Nice off, volley, boys. Nice off, volley, boys.
Leading by 30 runs now, the CCC.
Boys. Keep pulling hard, boys. Keep pulling hard, boys.
Slices that one through the offside. And that's the first boundary of the innings for Romario Graves. It was too easy though.
I'm pretty sure that the Scorpions wouldn't really mind that shot, because he went at it hard. Don't think he really found the middle of the bat. It was just in front point. Ramal Morris, sorry, is that
Lewis?
Ramal Lewis, sorry.
Catch him, Carlos.
Ramal Lewis is at backward point. It just went in front of point. So I'm sure that the Scorpions wouldn't mind. But a successful over for Pete Salmon. The score is 58 for 5.
Yeah, and I think that shot should give him encouragement as well. Kalicharan wasn't interested in playing that shot. And with someone operating with those two slips.
Wouldn't be far now to see someone like OJ Shields being introduced. Ball is not really that old as yet. Just a few overs, 22 overs. So I'm guessing we may see Shields. We're getting into the middle.
That one beats him outside the off stump. Richards loves the drive.
We're getting into the middle of the CCC batting lineup. So don't think a lot of these players have ever seen this sort of pace anywhere in their careers yet. So he would be a scare factor in this lineup.
Too easy for me. That single for Richards. And takes him up to 10. It's 59 for 5. You would think that Shields will get a burst anytime soon. The next 10-15 minutes is coming closer to tea time. You'd expect him to get another couple of overs. And you don't want the batters to get too comfortable against the spinners. And another factor, as I will mention after this delivery, is Greaves punches it up to long off. That's only his 5th delivery. Is that a surprise to you that there's a long off?
Not at all. It's a leg spinner coming into bowl to a left-hander. Ball spins into the left-hander. So the areas that they would normally target would be long on, deep mid-wicket also. You can see Bonner out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Those are the areas that left-handers will normally target. And these guys are pretty young. So as long as anything is in the area, they would definitely go at it. That's where you wonder if they have the temperament. But they're pretty young, so it will come over time. As I mentioned, the CCC team is really, they're trying to build a culture around these guys. It's a learning culture. Gain that experience to make them better.
Yeah. And that completes a 23rd over, 2 runs from it, 60 for 5. And going back to the argument about introducing O.J. Shields, I think the Scorpions will have to also try to maximize the bowling points here. That's what the Windward Islands Volcanoes have been doing and did so well here last week at Sabina Park. 90% of their wickets going to pace.
Working boys.
Scorpions only have 4.4 points coming into this game.
Catch him, Mo.
A lot better now, Pete.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes.
Pulling these batters,
Nice, nice. Oh yes, boys.
pulling them forward is something that we've been asking for.
Catch him.
Because that wicket that he picked up with Kalicharan, he was somewhere between going forward and coming back.
Catch him, Carlo.
And again, chopping short of Carlos Brungan. Short leg. Kalicharan taking that catch of Chadwick Walton in the first innings to dismiss him. 163. What a coincidence. He lost his wicket in the second innings. Same way.
Took Nkrumah Bonner forever to get down to that ball, by the way.
Catch him, oh yes.
Someone is really causing problems here for these batters. Not sure. He's looking to open up the offside there, inner half of the bat onto his boot. And that looks like another maiden over for Pete Salmon. It's 60 for 5. The CCC, they lead by 36. So the wicket's going at 1, 33, 34. So they lost 3 wickets for a run. But 2 wickets for a run. From 33 for 1 to 34 for 3. And then they have moved to 60 for 5.
This is Abid Ujai Mansing. 6th over. Just 17 runs. So he's not delivering a bad spell.
Says catch, but it's too straight for Pete Salmon. Javor Royal is coming around. He won't get there. It's 4. That's too short from Mansing. And Richards could hit it anywhere. And he picked his area precisely. Advised area to hit as well, straight. 4 more runs for the CCC. And that's hitting one on the pad. Umpire Brathwaite says not out. Was about to ask you about the comparison between Mansing and Motara in terms of their bowling styles. Both are leg spinners.
Similar action. Both walk in to the crease. But I just think that
Beats him outside the off stump this time. Mansing, that's a good delivery. That one went on with the arm.
similar walk through to the crease, but I just think that Mutara jumps a little bit higher and is a little bit more upright, which gives him more bounce. I do think that Mansing have a little bit more energy though. But in terms of being upright at the crease, and coming from a little bit higher, you have to give that to Matara. Still pretty young. But what he did over the last couple of days here at Sabina, not only with the ball, but with the bat as well.
Yeah.
It's nothing short of impressive.
Working, boys.
Mere fact that he's over 6 foot as well, it gives him an advantage, Motara.
Catch him,
And
please.
for being at 17 years old.
Had a chat with his father earlier today. He gave me a call to talk a bit about his son.
This is a big shot. There's a chance for Chadwick Walton. He won't get there. That's a ill-advised shot from Romario Greaves. It just held up in the wind there for Walton. That shot came out of nowhere, almost a shot of frustration.
No reason to be frustrated at the moment. The most important thing is occupying the crease. Bat as much deliveries as possible. Get to tee. Get inside, have a chat with your coach, your skipper, your senior batter in Shamar Brooks, and plan how you're gonna approach after tee. Just a few minutes left before tee. Not advised.
And there's a loud appeal. Pete Salmon is celebrating, and so too is Romain Morris. The 6th wicket. They might have missed a trick earlier with that big shot from Romario Greaves, but Mario Richards feathers one through, and that's another outstanding take from the wicketkeeper. He has been good behind the stumps.
Well, he's making up for that drop catch in the last innings of Jonathan Carter.
Quick.
Have taken 2 brilliant catches in this inning so far. So some really good work here. Jamaica Scorpions, they are large and they're in charge. Richards is gone. Out come the all-rounder out of Trinidad and Tobago in Cyan Hackett. Played a little hand in the last game. Sorry, the last innings. They would need that now from him. Try to get them to a good total.
So Cyan Hackett is the new man. Also played a crucial hand with Jonathan Carter to help him to get to that 100. Spend some time at the wicket. By the looks of it, I don't think survival will be on the minds of the CCC now. It's about getting runs and getting as much as possible.
Not going to take anything away from the Jamaica Scorpions bowling. But I think I really couldn't see much planning going into the CCC batting in the second innings. Something that we have been plagued with over the years in first class cricket, teams not being able to replicate how they bat in the first innings in the second innings. So they will bat well in the first innings and then it's a different batting team in the second innings. So we need to see that consistency.
Hackett is pushing hard at the deliveries. Mid-off is in the circle. Long on is in place. And gets a single. It's 66 now for 6. But as I said, it's almost like a learning curve for them, the CCC. Let's see this wicket again of Demario Richards. Just didn't get close enough.
But definitely it's a learning curve for them, but they're not going to expect them to win every single game. But you want to see them play good cricket. You don't want to see them gift their wicket away. That brings the end of another Pete Salmon over. 66 for 6.
Yeah, see Nikita Miller there speaking to Carlton Ball Jr., one of the selectors for this Jamaica Scorpions team. See the former chairman of selectors and the man who guided Nikita Miller for most of his playing years, Judah Bennett. Well, he would have coached everybody who played cricket for Jamaica, to be honest. He has been here forever. A good servant to cricket in Jamaica.
That's middle.
All those titles in that era with Miller and Tamar Lambert. Well, Lambert, he was the main engineer. He was a coach. Hackett is back and punches that out to deep cover. So the lead is just 43, but 4 wickets in hand. That's the critical part of it.
We're seeing so much things here happening on the third day.
Greaves goes over mid-on. He was just brought up. And he accepted the invitation. And a boundary for the right-hander, who has shown that inclination that he's going to be positive. We want him to be selective as well and not reckless. Singer's been a little bit expensive. 6.5 overs for 26 runs. Easy runs that for Romario Graves, who he dismissed in the first innings. One of 2 wickets. Hackett loves to hit straight. Long off and long on, they are in place. Hackett goes hard. Pete Salmon is struggling to get there. That was hit with some amount of power. He took it from outside the off stump. Crashed it into the boundary for 4. 1 bounce. Pete Salmon didn't have a far way to go. He just couldn't get there. It's 76 for 6.
Well, he did mention he likes to go down the ground, and we saw that in the last innings. Him going straight is something that we realized in the last innings. But I'm pretty sure that Scorpion will not mind him batting in this manner, because playing in this manner would always present the opportunity for a wicket.
Salmon to Greaves. Aggressively punched down the ground. So just doing some reinforcement here.
CPL coming up, boys. We need some big hits, Carl. We need some big hits here, boys. Some big hits, some biggies. We need some biggies here, boys. CPL coming up, boys. I got CPL. We need some big hits. We need some big hits, boys. CPL coming up, fellas. Come on.
So straightish mid-on is in place. Hackett punches it down the ground.
Come on, Pete. Now you work now. Pull it back, Pete. Pull it back, pull it back, pull it back, pull it back, pull it back. Pull it back, Pete. Up your mouth and eat, man.
Goes for the reverse sweep. That's straight. And he has to be out. Where did that come from? He went for the reverse sweep. And that ball was cannoning into the stumps. And that's a poor shot from Cyan Hackett. There was no need for him to do that. None at all. And the finger went up immediately. It's 77 for 7. And the CCC, they're sliding away here.
Very easy decision for the umpire. I'm speechless. Didn't know where that came from. Being in the situation that the CCC is in, you would want to think that he would plan better. But he's gone. Didn't really trouble the score much. In come young Zishan Mutara. We saw him with the bat in the last innings, and we know that he's capable. Missed out on the Barbados on the 17 and on the 19 tournament. He did not miss out on first class cricket though. And he's showing why he should have been added into those teams. He's still young.
Catch him.
Looks much more mature than his age, even with his stroke play. Instead of trying a big sweep, he punches the ball in the V for a single.
His dad had a conversation with him and
Take your ball.
he did say that his parents
On
is
the ball,
from
on the ball,
India.
Jay. Right, on the boundary.
His
Use
dad
it.
was born in Barbados. He was born in Barbados as well.
Oh.
That's down the leg side, badly line delivery. And Greaves is going to get runs. And the CCC, well, it's buys from the umpire. Well, they need them. And they will take them. And that's going against the name of Romain Morris, who has been very good in this second innings. And it's 82 for 7, the CCC.
I could remember this morning, Foster was having a conversation with Kimberly Forbes.
Beautifully struck by Motara. It's going to get very close to the boundary. Gordon Bryan is not going to get there, is he? No. He really labored to that. And looked as though he has bowled 40 overs in this day alone. Just couldn't get there. That's a sweetly timed shot as well from Motara.
You did mention the last over. Doesn't look like his age. He looks more mature. Looks like a 21-year-old. How he's going about playing his cricket. But as I said, I was having a conversation with Kimberly Forbes this morning and I was giving her a joke. I was giving her a joke about when I used to go university in Barbados. Whenever we hear a spinner come out and his name is difficult to pronounce or anything like that, we usually say that's a good bowler. Like Mutali Mulitaran, Mendes and these guys, Ajmal,
Dhananjaya.
all these names. Hasaranga. It's the first time we're seeing Matara in the Caribbean.
So he has to be good.
So I was telling her, normally when we see these things, we say, as long as it's difficult to pronounce, we usually deem them as good bowlers. But if you see a bowler like Keswick Foster, that's very easy to pronounce.
Ordinary.
Jason Edwards, Kimberly Forbes. We say, oh, that's normal. They're not that good. Too easy to pronounce.
Yeah, gentle stuff.
But then she set me up. She said, what about Shane Warne? I told her, he's from Australia. Different. He's made different.
A different continent altogether.
But then when I think about it, you could probably say Shane Warne.
Yeah. And that's taken. Mansingh gets his first. Chipped back. He had to extend himself one-handed. And the Scorpions, they're reigning supreme now at Savannah Park. And Motara has to go. He was trying to work that one to the onside. Not the right thing to do. And it's now 86 for 8. And he has to go for 5, yeah.
He has to go. Just 5 runs added. First delivery in this over. Splendid shot through the covers for 4. He's on his way back. And they're really sliding away here, CCC. This only bring Jediah Blades to the crease. Left arm fast bowler. So you would really expect a lot better. But as I mentioned, do they have that temperament to probably bat through a session, bat through a day? They did bat a day on the first day, but Jonathan Carter was the mainstay, which he's supposed to do. He should be that one to keep the team together. Himself, Shamar Brooks, but both of them went early. As you can see, without both batters scoring some runs or at the crease to probably mentor these young batters. That's the reason why we always mention the experience is needed around these sort of setup. And here we have the wicket again.
Yeah.
Pitched on leg stump, trying to work it
It's a good catch,
down
actually.
to the mid-wicket side, but doing a bit too much. Only could have found the edge of the bat there. Matara presenting a easy catch to Abhijay Mansingh, who picked up his first.
Playing against the natural. And that chip straight to the man at mid-wicket. That's so easy, so soft. And they're falling like 9 pins now, the CCC. It's now 86 for 9. And this looks as if it's going to be over in a hurry. Literally chipped to the man at mid-wicket. And just like they did at Chedwin Park a week ago, off spin is their kryptonite. 4th wicket there for Pete Salmon. It's 4 for 11. And Greaves has to go 4-12. Long, long walk back, especially when you're dismissed like that. You always want to get back a chance to be in the middle. Gavaster Edmond is going to make his way out now. Former St. Elizabeth Technical High School player. And played for Jamaica's under 19, not 2023, but in 2022. From Stets in Santa Cruz, the school, but he's from Westmoreland. And Stets, as we said, produced the likes of, in terms of fast bowlers, Jerome Taylor, Darren Powell, Jason Dawes.
Never know the 2-6 in cash out. New franchise. New franchise.
It's going to be Edmond to face Pete Salmon, who is on the brink of a second 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. Edmond slaps it down to long off for 1. Oh. He's on 87 for 9. Right across him, Blades. That was almost like a leg break.
He's in full control of what he's doing. As I said earlier, he looks more like he's drifting it. No, instead of trying to spin it. Hence the reason why there's no short leg and that man at cover. He's there now, and it's the end of the over. Another good over by Pete Salmon. Score is now 87 for 9.
Let's go, gents. Let's go. Let's go, batsman. Lose already. That's like.
So, based on what we're seeing here, the CCC, they're leading by 63. It's 8 minutes to the scheduled
Hold his right arm over.
tea break. I think the captain will opt to take that extra half an hour if they don't pick up that wicket before 2:40 Jamaica time. Edmond is working it into the onside. Edmond showed some promise in that first innings, had a couple lusty blows. Look as if he knows what he's doing with the bat. Just for confidence, Mansingh would love to get another wicket here.
No.
Ball them right around it. Once the shot was played, you knew what was going to happen. The stumps were going to be in problems. It was a full delivery on the stumps, but he played all around it, looking to work it. Middle and off stump. Went for a dance. And the CCC innings tumbles to an end at 87. A meager 87. And the Jamaica Scorpions will have a chance now to close out this game today, well inside 4 days. And register their first win in this competition in over 2 years. The franchise has not won a game in white and red ball cricket in 13 games. Boy, they need a win, but they have been professional and efficient in the second innings of the CCC. Wickets to the Pacers and wickets to the spinners. 4 for Pete Salmon. 2 to Abhijay Mansingh. That's 6 between the spinners and 4 between the Pacers. 3 wickets for Gordon Bryan and another for O.J. Shields. And you could probably say the wickets of Brooks to Shields and the wicket of Jonathan Carter for a third ball, Dr. Bryan. The real game-changing moment and the deciding moment in this game. So, the Scorpions, they will need 64 runs. And they have a session to do so on that day. If you're interested in coming back tomorrow. I doubt you're going to be here tomorrow unless something miraculously happens. Or if it gets overcast and there's rain and there's none in the forecast. So expect this game to finish sometime today. So, in another 20 minutes or so, you can rejoin us here at Sabina Park with the Jamaica Scorpions needing 64 runs to make it their first win of the season. So we're back here at Sabina Park. A mere 64 runs to get for the Jamaica Scorpions to get their first win of the season and their first win in 2 years in 4-day cricket. Chadwick Walton, who made that outstanding 163 in the first innings, is going to be starting, and there's no surprises as to who has the ball in hand for the CCC. It's Zishan Motara. Took 7 for 108 in the first innings. From that, the Michael holding end. Used the wind to his advantage as well as his height. He got every Jamaica Scorpions batter except Abhijay Mansingh. Forward is Chadwick Walton. I'm going to tell you the other two batters.
That's
Kurt McKenzie.
yeah.
I hear with you now. I hear with you now. Yes.
Forward is Walton.
Yes.
And he didn't get the wicket of Marquino Mindley. So those were the three players that he didn't dismiss. Mackenzie, Mansingh, and Mindley.
What was good performance by the Scorpion, Jerome.
Yes, he shine.
So they bring Motara to see if he can create some problems early here for the Scorpions after what he did in the first session or the first innings.
Yay! Try it.
Good start, as if he didn't forget what he was doing in the first innings. Has landed every delivery on the same spot so far, Motara.
Yes,
Complete. Another dot delivery to Chadwick Walton.
Keep working, boys. Come, boys. Come, boys.
Figure this game will be over in just over an hour's time, based on the Scorpion scoring rate from the first innings.
Yes,
and pushed up to cover to Hackett, who does the fielding, and the first over of the chase comes to an end, and it's a maiden for Zishan Motara, a name that you're going to hear for an extended period of time in the Caribbean. He's only 17. See some of the spectators here.
And even though it's just 64 runs to get, the Scorpions, they wouldn't want to be batting carelessly. They're going to take caution and approach every delivery respectfully, knowing that what Motara can do. Good performance from Pete and Gordon Bryan. They bowl exceptionally well.
Jediah Blades, left arm pacer. Carlos Brown. Look to just boost that average a bit by finishing not out. Desperately needed as well. Just for confidence. We're going to play the Barbados Pride next week. Good quality fast bowlers. By the way, the Pride they lost earlier today, convincingly as well.
This Brown, who is on strike in the first innings, he went for 48, fell short by 2 runs. That would have been his first-class half century.
Jamaica observer, boys.
lots of overs to go to get 64 runs.
Worked away beautifully. Sweetly timed by Carlos Brown, and it's going to touch into the ropes now. Angled into the pad, and he rolled his wrist all over it. Easy boundary. Nice way to get off the mark as well.
He said this game will be finishing an hour. So that means by 4 o'clock. It's now 3 o'clock local time. Scorpions, they just need 60 runs. They set a lead of 24 runs and all out for 331. Well, they crushed the CCC for just 87 runs. The coaches will be pleased with the bowlers' performance. Gordon, Brian, and Pete, they have done a wonderful job. OJ Shields bowled well too. And one thing, only four, that's what, 4 bowlers?
Didn't have the leading fast bowler in the team, Marquino Minley, due to injury. It's wayward from Blades. Grunts as he's about to bowl every delivery. It's 150 Ks, but he's nowhere close to that. But he does have some good pace about him, the youngster. Strongly built as well. Built like a discus throw.
Well, if he, with the speed and the build of his body, if he can just be accurate at all times, he will create some problems for batters.
Sweetly driven again by Carlos Brown. He's not going to get to the boundary. Going to get at least 2. Takes the score to 6 without loss at the end of over number 2. And the 6 runs came from this Jedediah Blades over. And all 6 are to Carlos Brown.
Look at Pete picked up 4 for 12. 4 for 12 from 7 overs. Gordon Bryan 3 for 19. Very impressive bowling there. In the first game against the Windward Islands, Pete had picked up 3 and Gordon picked up 4. So they have continued on that trend.
Keep working, Z.
By the way, along with the Windward Islands Volcanoes, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they also secured a win today. They beat the West Indies Academy by 6 wickets. In the air from Walton. Flew past Kirsten Kalicharan at Silly Point. Another run. The first one for Chadwick Walton, and remember he was caught under the bat in the first innings, trying to get to the close. He was so disappointed with himself yesterday. Brown hits that one through the covers. It's a deep point. And it's almost the same field that Mutara has operated with throughout his bowling stint here at Savannah Park. In and out field, so he has attacking men around the bat, but there's protection for the youngster, who has shown immense control. I've been very impressed with his control. Not many short deliveries. Oh no, I put the Mickey on him there. That was short. Probably the only one that I've seen.
He bowled that short.
Keep going, Z.
And I don't think Walton is going to rush anything. He's just going to play his natural game.
Down the leg side, misses the wicketkeeper, misses the stumps, misses the bat. And the Scorpions will get some runs here. By signal by the umpire, Chris Taylor.
Keep going. Come boys,
Looking for that googly, sliding that one on with the arm.
Come boys.
So 12 without loss.
Another 52 runs to get for victory. A 12-year jolt. Remind me, they said the last time they won a game was 2 years ago. So a 2 years drought will be over for the Scorpion.
Punch it down to long on for Chadwick Walton. And the Scorpions are now 13 without loss at the end of over number 3. And Chadwick Walton, that's his 165th run of this match. Only has 2 in this second innings. Carlos Brown with a boundary. Scorpions are moving nicely, scoring at over 4 runs and over. That should tell you that they will be finishing inside an hour.
Yes, an hour as you predicted. And they want to do it without losing any wicket.
2 youth players there from Excelsior High School. That's DeMarcus Scott and Michael Clark.
What a name to give his son, give her son, Michael Clark. We know Michael Clark, former Australia player.
And captain.
Yes. Seems as if Blades hear something differently from the keeper and the umpire. Just another 51 runs to get by the Scorpions to end their 2-year drought here at Sabina Park, here at home.
Walton goes hard. He comes off the inner half of the bat and Motara can't get there. He's going into the boundary now. Went to go through the offside. Was trying to go through the offside and he came off the inner half of the bat, but he's in such good form, Walton. And so much power is in his shots. Ran past Motaro, who probably should have pulled out the dive instead of turning and chasing. And it's now 17 without loss.
He hesitated a bit. He thought about it at one point. Should I dive or should I try to run and catch it? But it was too fast for him. Was hit with some power there.
47 runs away, the Jamaican franchise. From victory, that is. Walton goes aerial. And one bounce and a couple of trickles into the boundary. That's just a touch of class. Didn't try to overhit it either because he knows Motara is in close. Now once he gets it over his head, a good possibility that it will go into the boundary for 4.
And 8 runs from the over, 2 consecutive 4s there. And Blades, when he was put away for the second boundary, disappointment was all over his face.
Overcompensating and going too full outside the off stump and carved away through the offside by Chadwick Walton. He's in a hurry. And the Scorpions total flashes up to 25 without loss.
He comes across early, waited for Blades, and the frustration chips in now for Blades. Nod his head, he can't believe it. 12 runs from the over so far.
This could be tough on the psyche of the CCC players. A heavy beating to the Barbados Pride last week. And they're on course for another one, even though they were competitive for a large portion against the Scorpions. This is in the air again. Jonathan Carter has to chase. It's not going to get to the boundary, but they're going to get at least 2. And Walton is showing a liking here for the bowling of Jediah Blades. 14 runs.
So make that 19 from his second spell, 1 delivery. Make 20 from his second spell, 1 delivery to go to complete it.
Easy single, that is a vacant cover region. That completes a 4th over at 28 without loss. So the Scorpions, they need another 36 for victory. And Chadwick Walton is on 17, runner ball 17. Carlos Brown, a runner ball 7.
But you said an hour, maybe we'll be finishing in less than 45 minutes. At the rate that Chadwick is going, he picked up 15 runs from that over. And it's Friday evening here in Kingston, Jamaica. Many persons will be leaving work early, and I think they would have wanted to make their way to Sabina Park, but if they get off at 4 o'clock, it will be an empty stands here.
Worked away by Walton. Have a lot of faith in Motaro, the CCC players.
But who wouldn't after he picked up 7 wickets?
Yeah.
First I've seen the Scorpions run rate goes to 7.
Strong fellow for 17 to be bowling that many overs and not showing any signs of fatigue in terms of his length and his bowling options. And Carlos Brown goes hard through the offside. He gave that everything. And it pierced the gap. That's a high quality shot as well. Yeah, just leaned into it. A lot of power. Well, he has that inclination to occupy the crease. He also has that release shot, Carlos Brown. Good shot. 33 without loss now, the Scorpions.
I think he enjoys batting with Walton too.
Yes, Ishan. Yes, Ishan.
Good cricket after he dispatched the previous one for 4.
Good day to every 10. It's a good day to every 10, Z.
Good watching there from Brown.
Motaro to get a 10-wicket haul here. Short, forced off the back foot by Brown. He won't get a run. Confident in his stroke play here, Carlos Brown. I think as a unit, as a team, the Scorpions would love for these two to come not out.
With the Scorpion winning this game, 10 wickets in hand at the end of over number 5. There are 33 without loss, another 31 runs required. Winning this game, it will be such a relief for the captain, Jermaine Blackwood. So they were all out for 87 in just 30.4 overs. That's the CCC. You can see Jessica Wedderburn there. Ladies from the national team. Change of bowler. Seems as if they're going to introduce Romario Greaves in the attack, hoping to get a wicket. Another 31 runs required for the Scorpions for victory.
Graves bowling from the Courtney Walsh end, operated most of the time from the Michael Holding end in that first innings. He'll be bowling to Walton, full delivery. Easy one, takes him to 19, so 30 more runs required. Brown goes towards cover. He was trying to go through that wideish mid-off region. Couldn't find the gap this time. I think Captain Jonathan Carter has seen enough. He's going to be resting Jediah Blades. So it's going to be spin until this game is over. Brown through the vacant area. That's a beautiful shot, actually. He has that shot through the extra cover region that makes him look as good as any player in the world. That's a top shot against the natural angle of the ball as well.
Indeed, a top shot. 38 now, or 34. Well, 38. Another 26 runs needed. And the over has been completed there. 6 gone, 38 without loss. 5 runs coming from that over.
Working, mate. Keep working, mate.
Maybe he's resting Blades after he was put away for 15 runs. Maybe he's saying that Blade is leaking in too many runs here. Cameraman in the stands. Says Zishan Matara, who's continuing.
Walton goes downtown and goes inside out. That's beautiful to watch. He goes all the way for 6. And he's just picked up where he has left off in the first innings. He's putting young Mutara under pressure here. Let's see how he responds. That's a top shot as well. Got it on the full, Walton. It's now 44 without loss, and the Scorpions are 20 runs away.
Less than an hour.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Right through him there. Good response from the youngster. Slower. Yeah, it was. Almost got the top of the off stump. That is too short. That's a vacant area. And he pounced on the length pretty early, Chadwick Walton, and slammed it in front of square for 4. And he's now 48 without loss. The Scorpions. That was a bad ball from Motaro. Signs of tiredness there. He dragged it down. And too easy for him, Walton. In such top form, he's now up to 29.
Indeed, it was a bad delivery from him.
We go, Z.
And that's what it gets.
Swept away again by Walton. He's playing with the field. The deep backward square went forward of square. And he got that one backward of square because it was too straight and too easy for the right-hander to get his runs. And the 50 comes up now for the Jamaica Scorpions. 52 from 40 deliveries. And Chadwick Walton, he's racing away with things here. He's 33 and only 12 more runs needed. 2 hits away the Scorpions.
Expensive, over 14 runs from it so far. Well, he's in his 4th over, 22 runs already.
Yes, see.
Good comeback there from
Keep working out, God.
Mutara.
I think that's the line that Carter would want him to continue to bowl. Saw him straight down the leg side and he was punished.
Keep working, Z. Keep working, buddy.
Current running rate is 7.81. Is it 8? 6.
Go, boys. Go, boys. Go, boys.
So that completes the 7th over. It's 52 without loss. Chadwick Walton is 33. Carlos Brown is 15. And the Scorpions 12 runs away from victory. So the CCC 307 in their first innings. The Scorpions responded with 331. And then led by 4 for 12 from Pete Salmon. The CCC, they were skittled out for 87.
Well, the fat lady is somewhere around Sabina Park about to sing. And the Scorpions, they'll be getting ready to celebrate this victory.
So Romario Greaves is going to be continuing. So Greaves rolling to Carlos Brown. Guides that one towards backward of point, almost down to a third man position. A shortish third man. Gets a single, it's now 53 without loss.
And to mention, Jerome, last week, Friday, is the same thing. The game was finished in day 3. And it's happening again. We're going to finish here in day 3.
Yeah. Walton goes aerial. There's deep mid wicket. 1 bounce to Mutara.
Well, that single takes it down now to another 10 runs.
Looking to tickle that one down the leg side. Seems as if it was a chance for Demario Richards based on the reaction from both the bowler and the wicketkeeper himself.
Mario Greaves.
Was about to appeal. The ball was on the ground, so there was no chance of a caught behind. Brown calls for his single. Scrambles to the non-striker's end. It's now 55 without loss. Less than double figures now, the required runs.
It's the attacking Chadwick Walton who is on strike. He tried to go over the top now, about 2 deliveries before, but didn't get it quite well on the bat.
This is full and it's coming towards us. There's a chance though. Long off. Can't get there. 1 bounce. Greaves is disappointed. I think Carter thought that Hackett was going to be closer than he thought. Could have gone for it. A spectacular dive maybe. But it's 59 without loss and only 5 more runs needed, and Walton is on 38. And the Scorpions are almost at the summit.
Just 5 runs away from it.
Needing a further 5 runs to win.
Not too hot today, but the Scorpions, they're blazing.
again, Z. We go again, Z.
So it is. Seems to be Carlos Brown who will be on strike.
We go, Z.
Matara continue.
Go, buddy boy. We go, buddy boy. We go,
Just
buddy
5
boy.
runs away from victory
Come, Z.
for the Scorpions.
Go, Sean. We go, Z. Sean. We go, Z. Sean.
And they will be very happy with their performance.
Yes.
Brown is back and trying to chop that one back with a point. Gonna
Working, Z.
pierce the gap.
Go, boys. We go, boys. We go, boys. Working, Z. Keep working.
Down the leg side, easy runs. Only one though.
Go, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
So one hit away now, the Scorpions.
Keep working, Z.
You can bet your last dollar
Work, Z. Work, Z.
that Walton is going to try to finish it in this over.
Okay, boys. Come, boys. Come,
I think
boys.
he'll go for a big shot.
But he blocks the first one.
I don't think Matara is going to
Keep
give
working,
him
keep working, Z. Keep working,
that
Z.
easily to go for it. Going to try and stick
Keep working,
closely
Z. Keep working, Z.
to Walton.
Where's Z?
But
Boys,
knowing
Sean,
the
boy.
type of batsman he is,
Yes, Z. Yes,
Good.
Z.
Good delivery there,
Keep
Matara.
working, Z. Keep working, Z.
Such a brave bowler. Almost as if the ball dipped on Walton at the last minute.
Where Z? Where Z?
Sizing up that straight boundary. Goes for the sweep shot. There's a loud appeal. And the umpire says, no, he's unmoved. He went for the shot.
Keep working, Z. Keep working, Z.
There's no one backward of square. That's close, actually. That's pretty close.
but that wasn't so convincing to Chris Taylor.
Keep working, Uncle.
Said not out. Maybe he thought it was drifting down the leg side.
Back of the hand and it slides past the edge or takes the edge and goes down to third man. Walton is not coming back for 2. He's saving his legs. Only 3 more runs needed now. 9 overs completed and Walton is on 39. Carlos Brown 18 and the Scorpions 3 runs from victory.
Yeah, and Walton will remain on strike. He wants to finish it now. Way less than an hour, Jerome. Maybe in 30, is it, let me see if it is in 35. Well, we haven't reached 35 minutes yet. It's now 3:27 local time here.
So Romario Greaves is back into the attack. Bowling to Walton. Takes the inner half of the bat. Brown was considering 2, but only 1.
Two runs away. Chadwick, he's on 39 from 31. Brown, he's, well, make that 40. Brown, he's on 18.
Too easy here for the CCC. They only need a run now, so the scores are level. Walton sets himself.
Just playing the mind tricks to hear Greaves. Want to see the intention of Walton.
He goes downtown. And what a final punch. A thumping win by the Jamaica Scorpions. And if there was ever a way to show the dominance of a performance, that was it. Hammered down the ground Romario Greaves. And a convincing 10-wicket win for the Jamaica Scorpions. And set 64 for victory. They rushed to 69 without loss. Chadwick Walton, easily the man of the match, with his 46 not out to follow up his 163. And Carlos Brown finishes unbeaten on 19. And the Scorpions, they pick up maximum points here in this competition. And this is their first win in 2 years in the West Indies Championship 4-day competition.
Yes, and they will be very, very happy with themselves and the performance that they have done in the first innings, both with bat and ball and in the day's session here. And I tell you, you mentioned about the points and they needed those points. Well, for the viewers, we thank you for joining us. We have Jerome to wrap things up here at Sabina Park. We come back here on Wednesday when Jamaica Scorpions, they will be going up against Barbados Pride.
Yeah, outstanding win for the Scorpions. At a stage yesterday, it felt as if the CCC clawed their way back into the contest at 259 for 6 when they reduced the host in their 307 run response. But today, the Scorpions with Pete Salmon, 4 for 19 and 3 wickets for Gordon Bryan, another one for O.J. Shields and 2 for Abhijay Mansingh, really opened the door for the Scorpions to romp home by 10 wickets. And so the scores, 307 with 135 from Jonathan Carter for the CCC after they were sent into bat. They were 55 for 3 at one stage, 88 for 4. Then the Scorpions got up to 331, thanks in large parts to 163 from Chadwick Walton. Zishan Motara should not be overlooked. 7 for 108, the young leg spinner. And then the 87 bundling out wasn't really what the CCC thought would happen or should happen. Allow the Scorpions only 63 runs behind, 64 to get. And with ease and grace, they got there. A comfortable win by 10 wickets. And from me here at Sabina Park, I'm Jerome Foster. And until next week, Wednesday, you can join us for another round in the West Indies Championship. And at that time at Sabina Park, it's going to be the Jamaica Scorpions against the Barbados Pride. Both teams with a win and a defeat.